There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Burger.
Burger? It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already, palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me!
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, how do we just
Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
El Manito!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rerun going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess. I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Gaga.
Burger? It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally know one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes!
Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, monte che viene sotto la media.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
Good morning, or is it though? Morning, at the very least. Maybe good night. I'm not sure what to call this hour. Who had one of the sisters actually ready by the start of the game on their bingo card? It turns out actually both of them are here. Look at Andrea in the background. Both of them are here and are going to be ready for the start of the game. That comes as a bit of a surprise to me, because at 1:30 a.m. this morning, I was having discussions with Alexandra on her exact phrasing was, why are we playing this opening? And to be fair, like 3 hours earlier, I was waiting for her to respond to my messages so that I would know in which direction she wanted to go. And she said, no, you make the decision. I'll play whatever you suggest. And that didn't prevent me from having to have a 1:30 a.m. conversation about style in chess and which direction we should try to go for today's game. But that's the job. That's what I signed up for. And I'm curious if Banzea has similar discussions with Andrea. Andrea actually got the black pieces a second time in a row. So let me turn around, flip her board. I know you guys care a lot about that. I'm just very used to seeing the board from White's perspective all the time. That's why I always forget to flip, because it doesn't make a difference to me. And that's how you know you're good at it. When, seeing it from the white side, seeing it from the black side, it's still the same 32 pieces. 4 a.m. for some, I mean, you're not even winning the competition. I guess 4 a.m. is worse than 2 a.m., isn't it? Because the 2 a.m. people, they just didn't go to bed. The 4 a.m. people either are insomniacs or just incredibly dedicated. Calling me out? I'm not calling you out, Joe. I'm saying 2 a.m. is completely fine. That's just a normal time to be awake, even when you have a game the next morning. As my somewhat boring, now that I think about it, story. I was thinking in my head, I thought the story of Alexandra discussing openings at 1:30 a.m. was going to be more entertaining than it was. But I think everyone needs to realize that today's stream will be a bit more low energy. Because I did not get my 8 hours, let me tell you. And I may be even grumpier than normal. You thought it wasn't possible, but we're about to prove you wrong. Didn't you say today the opponent would be lower rated? Yes. On a very rare occasion, Sato, I am wrong. And this is one of those occasions. I was wrong. This guy is higher rated than the guy yesterday. And, I mean, good for him. Good for Alexandra. Honestly, Alexandra kind of thrives on playing against good players. So this suits her very well. Are you streaming until the second game? So in theory, I need to prepare Alexandra, and we've prepared a couple of different solutions depending on how long the games are. But if there's a game that's like 5.5 hours, and it's an hour and a half until the next round, then probably what's gonna happen is that we're gonna do like some videos from the channel. And then maybe I'll pop in every once in a while and give an update on how the prep is going, something like that. But if both girls are done in 3 hours, we'll go offline and then get back on 3-4 hours afterwards. So if you want to go to bed now, I'm not recommending it because I can't for commercial reasons. But if for health reasons you want to go to bed now, what you need to know is that the second game of the day will start in 7 hours. So you can still get some sleep and catch the second game. Timer started? Yeah, but they're around-ish. So it should be fine. Hammer wild hairstyle. I appreciate you calling this a style. Cause yeah, this is what happens when I just don't touch it. Okay, we have 2 opponents ready at the board. Today, Andrea is playing Miran Alic, I think from Montenegro, but now I kind of regret not double checking this. Oh, from Switzerland. My bad. From Switzerland. Those flags don't even look alike. And Alexandra is playing the Indian international master Siddhant. Alexandra with the white pieces, she was black yesterday, and Andrea actually got a second black in a row, and she's playing an opponent who lost yesterday. And you may ask, how is that possible? And it's due to this accelerated pairing we talked a bit about yesterday. So basically the way they do it is that they say the upper half of the players, they get an invisible point for the first couple of rounds. And what this does is that with the invisible point, the top players having that extra point when the pairing is made, they are paired against each other, the other guys with the invisible point. But once you then proceed in the tournament, players with a proper point, like Andrea, can then face players with the invisible point, like Miran. So that's what's happening today. It doesn't really make a big difference. It just means that Andrea gets to face a better opponent than she normally would. So that's working out pretty well for the girls today. I'm so surprised we had the camera ups by 9 a.m. That honestly kind of shocked me. But then after the cameras were up, I was surprised that we had no players at the board for the start of the round. But I think we may have found the reason why. That coffee cup is probably not only going to be there for Alexandra, that's probably where Andrea is as well. So I guess we're having a pre-game coffee timeout to get ready today. First of many, I bet it is. Joy. You're probably absolutely correct. And shake hands. Alexandra is ready for the game. Andrea is not far behind. Andrea did tilt her camera, which is good because we kind of have been asking her to do that. But that also means we lost her opponent for a little bit. So I'm gonna make some adjustments here. Okay, that looks reasonable. Okay, and we're off. Andrea's opponent plays pawn to d4. We're expecting some kind of a King's Indian setup with an early fianchetto. Alexandra plays pawn to d4, which was the suggestion of her coach, since she did tell me, you just figure something out and I'll do whatever you recommend. Only to then 3 hours later go, why are we playing this thing? I'm not sure it fits my style, but okay, whatever. Knight to f6, Sidhant playing as we expected so far. Alexandra playing her 2 pawns into the center, taking control of some important squares. Sidhant plays a pawn to e6. And Alexandra will play her knight to c3. And now if she doesn't play this, it means that she changed her mind without telling me during the night. But she didn't. Okay, so knight to c3. This is our plan for today's game, going into the Nimso Indian opening with the white pieces. And if you want to know how to play against, or rather how to execute the Nimso as black, you can check out my opening course on Chessable. Highly recommended. Bishop to b4, that is the cornerstone of the Nimso. Quick development for black, immediately putting pressure with the knight in towards the white king. And now Alexandra, in her online games, she's played a lot of bishop to d2, which is kind of passive. And today we're just going to try to develop the pieces quickly instead. Pawn to e3 played. Let's catch up with Andrea as well so that we don't lose track of this. She did go with knight to f6, her standard King's Indian. Knight to f3 by her opponent. Andrea goes for the fianchetto. Her opponent also goes for the fianchetto. Both players getting that bishop out on the edge but pointing in towards the center of the board. D6 from Andrea, and her opponent castles. Andrea castles as well. So far so good. Both players have done pretty much the exact same thing. And Andrea's opponent has played his pawn 2 steps forward, whereas Andrea only played it 1 step forward. But that is the idea, the spirit of the King's Indian, that you don't go too aggressive from the start, but you kind of build up your pawns over time. Castles from Sidhant. Alexandra is supposed to play bishop to d3 here. And she did. Bishop to d3. Pawn to d5 takes control in the center. And Alexandra plays knight to f3. And she's about to castle. She's about to castle within move 10. And if you guys think I did this on purpose, I absolutely did. Need to zoom out on, make the, it's too zoomed in. Okay. Wow, I'm amazed you think I know how to do that. Wait, how do I do that? Is this what I'm doing? Am I doing it right, Vila? I didn't think I was too zoomed in, to be honest. But are you more happy with this? Do you want me to go lower, maybe? Cut off the head of both Alexandra and her opponent in the background? That feels kind of rude. Okay, maybe we can just barely get their heads. Vila, you happy with this? Much better? No, come on. This is not much better. It was just as good earlier, no? I disagree with your assessment, but I do what I was told. How reliably could you beat Alexandra's opponent? Like, I'm supposed to score in 10 games. I'm supposed to lose 1, draw 4, and win 6. I think no 5, something like that. Why do they have boards like everyone else? Because you can't see the plebs in this camera angle. So in Prague, we had the normal folks playing alongside the streamers, but here, all the streamers are playing together. So there are still people playing with the sucky boards, but they're just removed from the visual. Yeah, because we don't want to see. We don't want to see the poor people. We only want to see the high level boards. Okay, we got a couple of more moves. Let me try and stay up to date with the moves now that there's coming in so many. So castles, no wait. Alexandra's opponent played pawn to c5. So he's trying to put pressure in on white center, just like Alexandra tried to put pressure in on black center. And then Alexandra castled on move 7, which is pretty sensational. I haven't seen her castling this early in basically forever. Andrea's opponent went for the double fianchetto with pawn to b3. Andrea basically played against this double fianchetto twice in Prague. So she's had a lot of recent experience with it. But on the other hand, Andrea's score with the black pieces has also been slightly lacking. I'm pretty sure she had this exact same position in Prague. Knight to d7, she's trying to facilitate the pawn to e5, and her opponent is pointing in the bishop towards that square to prevent the pawn advance. Here, Andrea plays pawn to c6. She also used this plan against the German guy, I want to say. The guy who was so quick. Where Andrea got an advantage from the opening and then started attacking like a maniac and lost because the position didn't really justify her attack. But she's playing the same opening that she had experience with in Prague. So that's probably a good thing, because it means that she's thought about this and had discussions about these kinds of situations with her coach recently. The timer is on a 15-minute delay, so we're not going to see it for another 8 minutes. Okay, we've had some trades. So basically all of these pawns that were up against each other, all of these pawns have been traded off against each other. So first off, these two pawns get traded. This can be considered good for Alexandra because it opens up for her bishop to join the game. And then another trade is made thereafter, which gives Alexandra what is known as an IQP, isolated queen's pawn. And these are so common in chess that they got their own acronym. And normally we don't like isolated pawns. We don't like pawns that cannot be protected by other pawns. However, we now have very easy development of our pieces, while black still hasn't developed any of his queen side. So we're okay with this for the time being. Pawn to b6, played by Sid Hunt. And now Alexandra plays knight to e5, a threatening move with the knight, centralizing that one, and also threatening queen to f3, which could trap the rook in the corner. So black doesn't really have a choice here. In order to protect this diagonal, he has to go with the bishop to b7, and then Alexandra plays bishop to g5, pointing this bishop down towards the black queen. And right now we are still in the preparation, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. The prep isn't, I will say this, the prep isn't obviously good for white, and some of the prep leads to Alexandra being down a pawn for an unclear reason. But at least we got so far. We're on move 11. Alexandra is still in her prep, and she's pointing her pieces down against her opponent. She just moved 2 pieces into the opponent's half of the board, so maybe he's gonna feel a little bit nervous. Hoping for that. Yeah. So bad prep. I mean, it's not bad, it's just nuanced. She castled before move 15. Yes, she did, Nick. Thank you for noticing the right things. I already made the point twice, but I'm happy to share it again. I got her to castle on move 7 as part of the prep. Did they get to choose their seats close to the window? No, I think the organizers chose. And I think all the streamers are kind of located in the same area. Do you like the view from the window? Or are you saying they should be a bit unhappy about having the sunlight disrupt the camera and the camera settings? Daylight good. Well, this Harpa Center concert hall in Iceland, basically the whole venue is just full on 15-meter high windows. So no matter where you are in this venue, you're gonna have lots of daylight and lots of windows. You can check it out in online. Just Google Harpa, and you will see the whole thing is just windows. Is the early castling the reasons she questioned why using the opening? I don't think so. I think she was kind of I think she feared playing with the isolated pawn in the center, which I completely understand. I'm not a big fan of these either. But it's okay because she's going to sacrifice this pawn within 3 moves. So she's not going to be stuck with this isolated pawn for very long. I'm tired this morning, Ernesto. How are you doing? What time is it for you? How long would Alexandra need to gain to get to 2200 ELO? I mean, I think she needs to improve as a player for that to happen. So it's not really just a question of how many tournaments would she need to play. It's also about having to put in the training that's needed. But for the moment, she's definitely capable of some good upsets. She showed that yesterday. and then it's all about getting some consistency as well. Because Prague was not a good tournament for her, but then maybe she's going to do amazing here in Reykjavik, and then it becomes the key on how to do equally well all the time, which is very difficult. Rook to e1 was played by Andrea's opponent. Andrea goes rook to e8, and then after e4, she's thinking. But basically, if Andrea doesn't stop this pawn advance through the center, then she's going to be in big trouble here. So Andrea already has a situation where basically only one move is acceptable. And that is to block the white's pawn advance in the center by pushing her own pawn up. But then I'm curious, what happens if takes, and here white has a very tricky knight takes in the center. And the idea of this move is that if you recapture, so clearly black has 2 protections on this square, whereas white only has 1 attacker. However, if Andrea captures, then we will first have the trade of the queens through the center. And after this queen trade, then the protector of this knight was moved over, allowing white to capture on e5 to win a pawn. So computer is saying pawn to e5 to stop white's advance forward is the good move here. But at the same time, it's not clear to me how you avoid losing a pawn if you do make this pawn push. And now looking at the computer's evaluation, it does seem like black may have to give up that pawn. And that it's better to give up a pawn and get some central exchanges, and that maybe there's some counter tactics, than allowing white to just proceed forward in the middle. So Andrea already under a little pressure here. On Alexandra's board, so her opponent tried to get rid of this bishop pointing down on the queen. He played pawn to h6. And obviously, Alexandra wants to keep this pressure down towards the queen. So she played bishop to h4, remaining on this diagonal. And here, the preparation we had was knight to d7. And then we had prepared some stuff with the sacrifice of the pawn in the center. But her opponent probably realized what we were planning, and he chose to go bishop to e7 instead, which is not recommended by the computer. You can see that the advantage for white has popped up actually quite significantly in Alexandra's favor, but this does prevent her main plan in this position. And it also creates a bit of a problem for her long term, in that now she's going to struggle to get rid of this isolated pawn in the center in an obvious way moving forward. And also all the plans that we talked about before the game, all those plans now kind of, they're just not there anymore. Which means that from now on, she's going to be all on her own, and she's going to have to figure out this stuff herself, which is always a little bit intimidating, especially when you feel like you don't have experience playing similar positions previously. So I think from a practical point of view, even though this move is definitely going to get a question mark from the computer, it makes a lot of sense from a practical point of view. The move being recommended is rook to e1, which I think is sensible enough. There's also rook to c1, But one of the main choices for white is actually queen to e2. And that surprises me. Because after queen to e2, you need to know how to deal with queen takes d4. And intriguingly, here the queen is attacking the bishop on h4. But then the bishop trades off for the knight. Here, black both has the bishop pair and they have an extra pawn. But still, computer really loves white because of this knight takes f7, sacrificing the knight to try and open up against the black king. And if the rook takes, then the queen takes, comes in, and there's lots of pressure here on black's position. But that's quite a difficult pawn sacrifice to figure out unless you're pre-prepared for that line. So Alexandra plays rook to e1 instead. And now it's going to be interesting to see if her opponent plays knight to c6. I think this makes a lot of sense in that it not only challenges the knight, but it also challenges the pawn on d4. And here computer says the only way for white to keep their initiative is to play the incredible bishop to a6, trying to lure black's bishop out of position. Because if the black bishop captures white's, then the knight comes in, attacks the queen, attacks the bishop, and after the queen moves away, we take out the defensive bishop. And now because the rook is pointing down on the queen from the e-file, and the bishop is pointing down on the queen from the diagonal, here white has the fantastic move, knight to e5. This knight is attacked both by the pawn and by the knight, but both of these pieces are pinned. If either of these, the pawn or the knight moves, then the queen is lost behind. So the queen has to step back, but then Alexandra will make a favorable trade, opening up in front of the black king. And here even the rook can join the attack along the third rank to attack the black king. So from a theoretical point of view, Alexandra's position is really, really good right now. But the problem is that the position is very reliant on finding some accurate tactical resources. And when you're unfamiliar with the position and haven't studied a lot of similar situations in the past, you may not be aware of tricks such as this bishop to a6. And knight c6 has indeed been played. And now, unless Alexandra finds bishop to a6, her position is going to be very slightly worse at this point. So I'm really hoping that Alexandra sees the significance of this moment and maybe manages to find this bishop a6 move, because without it, she might have long-term issues with her d pawn not being properly protected. Why is Andrea black again? Just bad luck, Spider. That's a hard move to find. It's almost an impossible move to find unless you've seen the idea before. And I would guess Alexandra hasn't seen the idea before. But on the other hand, Alexandra is a very kind of tactical, resourceful player. So if anyone can find it without pre-knowledge, I feel like she's a good candidate for it. My only concern is that she's going to play too quickly. She needs to appreciate this as a key moment. How much are we letting the rating of a player affect the mental, if any? I think in general for Alexandra, she likes playing good players. So I think she likes playing an IM. And she beat the last one, so why not? Andrea played queen c7, someone is saying? Yeah, okay. So queen c7, now white can push forward in the center, and this is already a big advantage for white, according to the computer. So Andrea never got her pawn up to e5, and now we see why that really is considered quite important in the King's Indian. In the nuanced prep. I mean, but the guy avoided the nuanced prep, Anixia. So, I mean, at this point, it's like, in theory, like, Alexandra got a big advantage. If she finds the right move, the computer really likes her position. But, you know, I can't prepare her for every situation, right? So I did the best I could. I checked some of the main ways of playing. Should I have checked bishop to e7? Probably I should have. I should have at least mentioned it as a way of keeping more pieces on the board for black. But the reason I didn't mention it is because the computer thinks it's a bad move. And like, if you're going to study every bad move in an opening, you're never gonna stop studying the opening. And especially since we had such a quick turnover for the next round, it's super difficult preparing for a morning round because you just have less time to figure everything out. The good sorry. One good thing is that the computer kind of feels like Alexandra's alternatives are not super bad either. So let's check knight takes f7. Okay, so this the computer thinks is just bad. Because now if we make this sacrifice, we do lose our pawn in the center, which is quite an important pawn. So yeah, computer not super fan of the very aggressive onslaught there. But even if Alexandra makes the trade and then goes pawn to d5, computer is saying this is okay, it's better for black, but it's almost completely equal. If you make the trade and then move the bishop back, this the computer is saying is quite okay for white because of this move queen to b3. And it turns out this queen to b3 is very sneaky, because if black just proceeds with moving their pawns up the board, then we can go bishop takes pawn, and we're not even sacrificing our bishop, because afterwards we have an attack on the king, attack on this guy, and an attack on this guy. So in this variation, white just wins. But the tricky thing about this variation is that you need to realize you move your bishop back first. Because if you go queen to b3 here, then you lose the pawn in the middle and the queen is attacking along the fourth rank. So in order to sacrifice your pawn in the middle, you first have to move your bishop back, which may be a bit of a tricky move to find. Other than the trade though, a very sensible move, and I think more sensible than the trade, is queen to a4. And this the computer also feels is completely fine for Alexandra. And this makes a lot of logical sense to move the queen up, help attack this c6 point, and also get ready to get this rook in towards the center. But she's got some thinking to do here. The good move is bishop to a6, trying to lure this bishop out of position. But if she finds this, then black has to play very accurately just to stay alive. If bishop to a6, there's only one move that survives the game for black. I was honestly surprised that IM played knight c6 so quickly, because if I was him, I would maybe see this bishop a6 move. And I would be scared to go knight c6 because I know about this idea. Sometimes you can rely on, when you're playing a higher rated opponent, you can you don't have to see everything yourself. Sometimes the fact that you're playing a higher rated means that they see a lot of things that you don't see. But they're like, oh, maybe they see this idea, so I need to avoid it. So higher rated players often avoid certain moves because they see what's good for you, even if you don't see it yourself. That's a nice little trick. Can you play the line bishop a6, knight e5? Well, if you play knight takes e5, then the bishop just captures here, and then we're attacking the rook. And if the rook moves, then we take the knight and we're attacking here. So at the end of all of these trades, white is just up a knight. And this is part of the reason why there's only one acceptable move for black here, and that's queen to c8. And after queen to c8, Alexandra has this beautiful queen f3 to just increase the pressure on all of these light squares. She moved? Did she? Oh, she just went back. Yeah, obviously that's not good. So a voluntary retreat, that's kind of... Yeah, that's just admitting that the opening didn't work. Yeah, now black is just much better. Yeah, it was one of those moments where if you play the key move, you have a fantastic position. And if you start moving your same piece for the third time, then you're just not going to be in trouble. I don't know. She must have felt like she did something very wrong to voluntarily move her knight back. Like, I don't understand in which situation it could be okay to move the knight first forward and then backwards within 3 moves. Yeah, and now she gets that isolated queen's pawn. This is kind of what she meant, right? She's uncomfortable with the isolated queen's pawn, so she doesn't feel like it's her style. But it's not really a question of style. It's a question of realizing that when you have these long-term disadvantages, you cannot play passive moves. Like going back from your attacking position, that's just never going to work out when you have a long-term weakness. That's basically like saying, okay, I will allow you to make gradual improvements of your position to eventually capture my central pawn long-term. But yeah, she just didn't know this bishop to a6 idea. If she had known about it, then obviously the story would be completely different. And she would have gotten a good advantage out of the opening. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Because now she's going to say that, no, this opening just doesn't suit her style. But it's just that she wasn't familiar enough with the ideas. The opening was actually pretty good. And then you can make the argument that not being familiar with the ideas means that it's not your style, but it really doesn't mean that. It just means that you didn't have the opportunity to study it, and it could still be your style if you had known the right idea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But knight to f3 was not it, unfortunately. Now she is going to suffer long term with this IQP. And basically, all the nightmares she had before this game are going to come true. So if she was scared before the game that she would just get stuck with this pawn that was going to be difficult to defend long term, then all of that is just going to happen. Now there's no avoiding it. And when you feel like your fears were justified, it means that, yeah, you're just going to have a really bad feeling for the rest of the game. Man, I think actually that may have been a losing move. I think the significance of this move, just feeling like you did something wrong and you have to make the retreat, and now the long-term issues of the pawn weakness in the center, and I don't think you can recover from that mentally, or maybe even on the board, because now White's position really is a bit dangerous long term because of this weakness. And this weakness, like, because she didn't need to play one of the ways you can play instead of knight to e5, you can play like bishop g5 and then rook e1 and then rook c1. Like, this kind of thing is normal. And basically what's about to happen in the game right now is that we're going to get one of these positions just where Alexandra has lost 2 moves because she went back and forth. And even this position, the computer thinks is equal. And then you can imagine what the computer feels about the current situation, where black is 2 tempos up on this. So by playing knight to e5, you commit yourself to being quite aggressive. But she just didn't see the aggressive follow-up, which, yeah, there's nothing really you can do about that. Bishop to a6 was by no means an obvious move. But at the same time, the position required a lot of... It required some urgency in the play. Because when you just retreat, you're dooming yourself to a passive defense in the long run. He played rook c8. Oh, that's not good news either. That was the top move. Why is the photographer taking a picture of Alexandra's here? She's taking a picture of Andrea, I'm pretty sure. I'm not an expert in depth analysis, but I'm pretty sure that she can't get a photo of Alexandra from behind Alexandra's chair. What are you drinking? I'm drinking tea, because just like the girls, I can't do these morning rounds without some caffeine. Why are the cameras not synced? Are they not? I guess there's some lag then. I don't know. It's 2:45 a.m. in California. I feel for you, Snafu. Pawn advances, Andrea in trouble. This is not the start we were hoping for. Both girls in trouble after 40 minutes of play. Pawn to e5 is a good move. Puts pressure on the knight, and when the knight moves... Well, the thing is, the knight cannot really move anywhere where it's not going to be put pressure on in the next one either. So I guess if you have to move the knight, you kind of want to move it in towards the middle of the board. But if you do that, you get hit again. You end up having to put your knight out on the edge, which is just not good. Oof. Yeah. I'm not liking the morning rounds, but I'm not liking the positions either. We need some more chances to energize the stream. How many times have you played the Reykjavik Open? I'm not sure. I would guess maybe 4 times. Maybe more. I played there quite a bit. I won the Nordic Championship, which was a part of the tournament in I want to say 2011. But I also played in 2007, 2012 maybe. I remember playing Danya. One of my few games against Danya was in Reykjavik. I made an easy draw with the black pieces. Who's Danya? Naroditsky. He's a chess commentator, YouTuber. You may have heard of him. Is he as good as Hammer? I mean, he wasn't at that time, but I guess he probably is now. The photographer would so get on my nerve. I mean, but it's part of the game, right? Literal influencers playing chess. Pictures is kind of part of their job, no? Alexandra moved? Did she? Oh, bishop b3. Okay, so she keeps her bishop pointing towards this d5 square. But at the same time, it's very easy now for black to play their next move, because the knight is going to try and take out this bishop while this bishop opens its control down the board, but also including this d5 square. And the computer suggested best move for white is to go knight e5. Oh, that's not great. How many times can we go back and forth here? That's the question now. Back-to-back passive moves. Well, I mean, now, well, bishop here isn't passive. You had to move the bishop out of the path of the rook. It's just that once you moved your pieces back, you don't really have the opportunity to be aggressive anymore. So it's not about back-to-back passive moves. It's more like without your pieces being placed inside your opponent's half, you don't have the possibility to make threatening moves. So after the retreat, you're kind of doomed to a passive defense. But yeah, it's not over yet, to be fair, but it's a very problematic position strategically. Photographer is also using live view mode, so there's no sound of the mirror flapping. Oh, really? Is that a thing? What's a live view mode? Is it just digital? electronic shutter. Isn't that pretty much the concept of digital photography? Hammer interested in photography? I'm not super interested. We had, I managed to mention this yesterday as well, but you know, I went to journalism school. I flunked out, but I did go for a bit. Unfortunately, there was a chess tournament coinciding with the photography course, so I didn't catch a lot of it. But I did understand the basic mechanism of the click. Oh God. Marius says, mechanical shutter is the actual physical mechanism moving versus the electronic one, which is a simulated one on the sensor. But then why do we even have the physical option, the mechanical option, if the other one works fine? That makes no sense to me. All the cool kids were skipping class to go to chess tournaments. I mean, they were in my schools. But I did go to high school with Magnus Carlsen. So it may not be the normal average high school experience. Flex? I'm not sure it's a flex. Is it though? Saying you went to high school with a famous person, is that a flex? Or is it just, you know, a story of something that happened in your life which didn't really necessarily affect your life in any way? Okay, chat, let me hear. Who was the most famous person you went to high school with? Knight a5 on the board. Yeah, that's a good move. Opens up for the bishop. Controls the square in front of the weak pawn. Alexandra will have big trouble getting rid of this one now. Christian Bale, that's a good one. Daft Punk. I thought Daft Punk is a band, not a person. Joe Biden? I mean, I know chess players are old, but that old? NBA player? DeAndre Hopkins. I have no idea who that is. I went to school with a guy who was an extra in Harry Potter. I mean, that's incredible though. Like, the guy managing to turn being an extra in Harry Potter into like a high school currency, that's honestly admirable. Because when everyone gets older and realizes how easy it is to become an extra at stuff, everyone's like, oh, we actually gave that guy credit for being an extra in a movie, when they're literally trying to give away those jobs to anyone who's willing to do it for free. John Stones went to my high school but wasn't there when I wasn't there when he was. That doesn't count. Was that not obvious that you have to, at the very least, be in kind of the same school, preferably the same grade, preferably the same class? Well-known conductor. That's a very chess Twitch comment. every UK kid of that age was an extra in Harry Potter. I don't know if that's true, but it wasn't that obvious that you had to be. It was just the same high school, really. I bet Hammer's the most famous person from his school. I mean, I literally just said I went to high school with Magnus, so I don't know about that. I also, in that it was like a sports high school, so I also was in the same class as like a golf junior world champion and like a soccer player for the US national team and like a snowboarder who did well in some of the X Games or something. Having some fame in my high school wasn't really that big of a deal because everyone was kind of very good at what they did. Flex increasing? I mean, if you call it a flex, sure. Did Magnus bully anyone? No. No, he did not. I didn't mean to laugh at that. I just meant no. He's such a respectful young lad. He wouldn't dream of such a thing. It's the US national team. How good could they be? I mean, he still made the team though. Moves, Hammer, moves? Are there moves though? Because I did the bishop back. And Andreas Knight is still under attack. What's the best recovery Alexandra can do? Honestly, not sure. At this point, the computer is saying knight to e5 is by far the best move, which is very concerning. So basically what happened now is that she needs to move the knight back because if she makes a nothing move now, then the bishop will capture on f3, the queen will recapture, and then the black queen comes in to capture in the center, winning a pawn but also putting pressure along the rank towards the white bishop. So the computer really wants her to avoid this by moving the knight back. But yeah, that's pretty much a confession that something went wrong when you're moving back and forth. Okay. Okay, Andrea did make a move. I apologize. She did make the trade in the center. I just saw that there's still a pawn attacking the knight. But she had made the trade, and then she goes knight g4. Andrea has 4 pieces attacking the pawn on e5. And white has 1, 2, 3 pieces defending. 3 is less than 4, which means Andrea is now threatening to capture this pawn. And according to the engines, there's only one acceptable move for white to keep this pawn protected, and that is queen to e2. The problem is queen to e2 does such a good job of keeping this pawn protected that now the concern becomes the knight on g4. For instance, if Andrea tries to go f6 and try and break up this pawn structure to kind of activate her pieces, now queen to c4 actually just wins the game because it's a check on the king, but it's also attacking the knight, which is GG's. So now this knight is in big trouble, and there's a pawn that's very well placed to just kick it back real soon. You could go something like knight to c5 to try and get this bishop out, and then if the knight is attacked, you just retreat. But the problem with that is that you then relieve all the pressure you had in towards white center. And you're no longer causing any sorts of problems at all. That being said, after this queen to e2 move, which has been played, you're not really causing any problems already. Like here, you're already stuck. The pawn is very well defended. And this is the problem for Andrea. Like every single one of her pieces are pointing in towards that white pawn. But as long as the white pawn manages to remain in the game, you're pointing, the fact that you're pointing all your pieces towards that means that all your pieces are stuck. This one pawn is blockading 4 pieces at once, which is just tragic, really. Yeah, because when it comes to like having control of the enemy's side of the board, Andrea just literally doesn't have any. Like she has a piece located in the enemy half, but that's not gonna last very long. And then like this knight is blocking the bishop. I guess you could go something like b6 and try and get the bishop out here. But yeah, I guess you could play this. This makes reasonable sense. And then at least you have connection between the rooks. But your knight is out here on the edge, which is not a great long-term placement. And your bishop is being blocked by the white pawn. So this bishop is just really not contributing in the game. But you can live without the bishop, I suppose. It's just the fact that both of these pieces are not contributing, that's going to be a problem. Can the Botezes face each other? Honestly, that could very well happen. They're kind of in a similar rating bracket. Sorry, not in the similar bracket, but there's kind of adjacent brackets, which is actually better in terms of us wanting them to have to play each other. We talked about it a lot during the Prague tournament, and Alexandra expressed a desire not to play her sister. Basically, she felt like she had everything to lose from such an encounter. And Andrea felt like she really wanted to play her sister because she felt like she had everything to win. Not really that many expectations. So Andrea definitely wants it to happen, and it could happen. Because like we're seeing now, Andrea is playing a 2000 rated player. And as the tournament progresses, she's going to face more and more people closer to her own rating. And Alexandra is not too far away from 2033. Like she's at 1986. So I definitely could happen. And the fact that Andrea has the black pieces now and Alexandra has the white pieces, that works out very well for their chances of playing each other as well. So let's remember that this is a tournament with 400 participants. But in the grand scheme of things, they're reasonably likely to face each other, especially when you consider how unlikely it is in a 400 participant tournament. Alexandra played d5. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back to the current situation in Andrea's game. d5. Yeah, so Alexandra is just losing a pawn, it seems. So knight takes, opens up an attack on the bishop. And because there's this attack, Alexandra cannot recapture in the center. Because if Alexandra got this kind of thing, like if she gets this, then she wins. Because she's exploiting the fact that the black pawn cannot capture the white queen without the black queen being lost behind. But the problem is, by taking with the knight on d5, black makes sure that if this trade happens, you're able to take back with the knight, so that you don't end up having your queen on the same file as the white rook. So that means that black has safely managed to win the pawn. And what Alexandra is going to have to do instead is play bishop takes knight. And this would have been brilliant by her if not for the fact that the black knight is actually protecting the bishop back. So if black had to recapture now in the center, then the trade between the bishops would work out very well, forcing the queen into the path of the white rook, and then doing that classic queen takes on d5, exploiting the fact that if the queen is captured, the black queen is captured as well. So if not for the fact that the knight protects the bishop on b7, then this would be brilliant. But the problem is the knight does protect. And what that means is that it gives black the opportunity to capture on h4 instead, not caring about the threat to the b7 bishop, because you know you can just recapture that afterwards. And we get a position like this, where, okay, actually Alexandra has queen to a4, which is a threat against the bishop and a threat to this a7 pawn. Okay, as far as good attempts go, I actually like this move. Pawn to d5, I like this. It's causing some confusion for the opponent. And it's also realizing that if you don't do anything desperate, this is definitely a desperate move. But it's also the realization that if you don't do anything desperate, your position long term is just going to be unbearable. So it's rather giving up stuff now instead of kind of waiting, allowing the opponent to improve their positioning and maybe managing to win this central pawn in the long run anyway, but with even better circumstances. So Alexandra is definitely in trouble, but she's making the most of it by trying to get some trades, going into an endgame with a pawn down, for instance. Alexandra's goal is essentially going to be to try and remove these two pawns on the queen side. Because if your opponent only has pawns on one side of the board, it makes it a lot easier for you to try and defend, because then you only have to protect one side of the board instead of having to worry about your opponent getting a passed pawn on the opposite flank. Alexandra won yesterday? She did. Big game. Are they allowed to talk to each other while the games are still going on? No, you're not allowed to talk to other people during the game, Pedro. People still do it. It's not considered like a cardinal sin, but people have been more strict about it in the last couple of years. But at this level, tournaments are still very much a social thing. So a lot of people like to chat with their friends during the game. But just because you're chatting with your friends doesn't mean you're cheating, right? Because you're not asking your friend, what do you think about my position? What should I play? It's more like, oh yeah, no, I'm playing this player. Oh, you played so well yesterday. Oh, you won that game? Oh, that's incredible. Congratulations. Hi, dude. I haven't seen you since this other tournament in 2018. How are you doing? That kind of thing. Are you allowed to eat during the games? Yes, you are. But if you're gonna eat at the board, you should definitely only do it while your time is running, if at all. So you're not allowed to disturb your opponent when they're thinking. I definitely sinned against that a couple of times, because sometimes you're just so hungry, right? But if I'm not low on time, I do try to go and have a snack away from the board. Hammer the small talk master, that's what they call me. I actually have a fantastic trick for dealing with social situations. But it only works when you're as famous as I am, unfortunately. So based on your high school famous people list, I'm not sure this is gonna work for you. But I'll let you know on my secret. So basically what I do is that I find a corner in the room, like somewhere where I have a wall on two sides behind me, so that basically where I look is the only way people can approach me. So I'm having good sight lines and avoiding ambushes. And then I just don't interact with anyone. I don't take any initiative. I just wait for people to come to me. And that works brilliantly because since I'm, so famous, a lot of people come to talk to me. Whereas if you're not super famous, then probably you're just gonna stand alone in the corner for the whole event, which, I mean, that could be considered a success also, depending on your goals for the evening. What do you do if people eventually approach? This is always the difficult part. Well, then I have a conversation. But it's fine, because then at least I didn't have to seek out people. Why did both Botezes leave the board? Because both Botez opponents are thinking. Oh, actually, Alexandra's opponent is not thinking. He already captured on B3. But now Alexandra will recapture with a pawn. This is not too bad. Alexandra will now recapture with a pawn, and she will open up for her rook to attack on a7 while she's also attacking the pawn on e6. I don't know. I kind of feel like this is a favorable trade, a decent development in the game for Alexandra. Computer definitely feels like black is significantly better. But like, at least now compared to the other variation we were looking at, Alexandra is not going to lose a pawn. You have Andreas move too? Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I did say that her opponent was thinking. I just forgot that necessarily meant that Andrea did make a move. Knight to c5. So she's opening up for her bishop to get involved. But frankly, this bishop doesn't really have any good squares here. If the bishop goes here, it can be attacked by the knight. If the bishop goes here, it can be attacked. Yeah, I liked my plan better of getting the bishop out here, because then at least we would point down against the white bishop. Whereas here, like, sure, you can get the bishop out, but it's just not going to have a future. I'm guessing Andrea's opponent is going to play h3. Because why wouldn't you kick the knight back? And then the knight only has one available square, which is not great, out on the edge of the board. And then you just develop your pieces as white. Knight into the game, rook into the center. Bishop here maybe threatens the pawn. Knight moves forward. Queen protects the pawn. Bishop to e4. Is this a thing? If Andrea could do something like this and trade off some pieces, that would probably be pretty nice for her. Some trades would help her situation because she's a bit cramped. She hasn't moved her pawns very far up the board, which means there's not a lot of safe space for her behind the pawns. So this is what we call a space advantage. It's basically all about the positioning of your pawns. And in general, because the pawns are foot soldiers, it means that the area behind the pawns are usually safe, not always. Definitely not always, but it's usually safe for your pieces. Because having your pawns high up usually means that your opponent are not going to have aggressively placed pieces because the pawns are blocking their path, as illustrated by this guy in the middle, which is kind of blocking everything for Andrea. So white has more room to maneuver. Like, he can move the knight up to e4, no problem, because there's no black pawns even close to taking control there. Whereas for Andrea to get her knight to like some of these central squares fairly high up on the board, it's not even going to help her out, right? Because if she gets her knight up here, then she's going to get chased even then. And she just, yeah. She can't get her pieces up, and if white gets the knight up here, then Andrea can't chase the knight with her pawn, similarly to how white could chase with theirs, because Andrea has to count on en passant and whatnot. So essentially, having your pawns higher up the board means that you have a space advantage, and having a space advantage means that you have more room to maneuver your pieces freely. Because the area behind your pawns is usually within your control and means that you can safely move the pieces around there. Why are timers shown if they're not in sync with the games? Because if I turn the timers off, then people are going to ask about that. But let me illustrate my point. Turn the timers off and then see how long it takes until a new person comes in and asks where the clocks are. I said new person. Oh, you guys are so funny. You're so funny. It is very early in the morning. I am not entertained, chat. I will wait for a new person to arrive, and then we'll see about whether they ask about the clocks. First time chatter, where are the clocks? I literally get a notification if you're a first time chatter. I know you're lying, dude. It says like big letters, first time chatter. Help them feel welcome to the stream. Okay, no, things are happening in Alexandra's game. Okay, so wow, a lot of things are happening. So the guy captured Alexandra's bishop. She took back with the pawn because she wanted to open up for the rook along the A file. Then knight takes d5 happened. There was a trade between the bishops. And then after the trade of bishops, Alexandra got her rook up to capture a pawn, but now she's threatening also the bishop. And then the IM made a trade of queens, which the computer doesn't like. Computer thinks this is almost equal ish. Okay, maybe not almost equal, but not horrendous. Queen trade. Alexandra takes back with her rook, and now bishop takes knight. Bishop attacks the rook, so we have to capture the bishop immediately. And then knight to c6. And actually, knight to c6, now Alexandra can win the b6 pawn. She's winning this pawn. If she plays now rook to a6, there's no way for black to keep this one defend. No, he can keep it defended. He can go rook b8. I was thinking rook b8 is no good because of rook d6, but he does have rook c8 in that circumstance. But like here, the white rooks are reasonably active, pointing in towards the black pawns. Computer feels like it's approximately equal. Alexandra is not down a pawn, which I think is a pretty good accomplishment. The only concern is that her pawn structure is not great. And if you're not familiar with the term pawn structure, I think this is probably not the moment to learn about it. Because frankly, yeah, I don't want to make you depressed. If you know, if you don't know what a pawn structure is, just consider yourself blissfully unaware. Sometimes ignorance really is bliss. And I don't want to disturb the blissful ignorance of the people who don't know what a pawn structure is. Toby, the clocks are not available from the organizer, unfortunately. But the girls are playing so quickly, we don't even need the clocks. Did he play rook b8? Yeah, he did. And this is why Alexandra should have chosen the a6 square for the rook instead. So rook b7 was a mistake on her part. Because if she had gone with a rook to a6, then she could attack this pawn. And when her opponent defended the pawn, she would be able to bring another rook into a pressured situation. But after rook to b7, her opponent manages to both protect the pawn and attack her rook. And now she can't get another rook into the attack because she needs to deal with her own rook being under pressure. And those are the small inaccuracies that are going to cost you the game in the long run. But on the other hand, like, she's playing inaccurately, but she's playing reasonably quickly. And figuring out the balance between those two is just such a tricky thing. But yeah, here I'm not a huge fan of this rook to b7 because it was so much easier to put pressure on black's pawns with the other plan. Oh well. After rook b8, I guess probably we make the trade. And then we try and move our king in towards the center. This seems sensible. Black goes in towards the center, and we go in towards the center. And we have an endgame. Black does not have an extra pawn here, but our pawn structure is not amazing. So it's like, it's a very, very interesting endgame. Very close to a loss for Alexandra, but also very close to a draw. It's like, are you winning or are you drawing? Almost like a 50-50. Okay, she makes the trade of the rooks. Takes. And I think f4 and moving the king in towards the center, that definitely makes the most sense to me. Her problem now is that if she tries to move her rook into an attacking position, I'm concerned that her rook is just going to get kicked out as the black king approaches later on. Oh, and apparently here she's also just losing a pawn. Because there's attack in this one, and then if you move, the knight just continues forward. Yeah, I don't want to lose a pawn. So we need to avoid this rook to d6. f4 and getting the king up, that makes a lot of sense to me. You can also just get the king in immediately. It's a very interesting position. Like, Alexandra is definitely in trouble, but at the same time, the computer doesn't feel like black is winning here. So with correct play, it should be a draw, despite, you know, the horrendous situation of her pawns not being able to protect each other. She has two isolated doubled pawns, and she has the isolated pawn on the edge as well. As far as ugly pawn structures go, this is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. A draw would be a fine result. I mean, a draw we would be very happy with. It's just that making a draw here from a worse position against a higher rated opponent is gonna be a big challenge. If you were to give her pawn structure an arbitrary name, what would it be? Al in the house making the cool questions. Hurricane Aftermath. What about Hurricane Botez? Well, I don't want to encourage her getting into these kind of pawn structures. I feel like after they dubbed the Botez Gambit the giving up the queen for no reason, I don't know if it's intentional or just by, you know, some kind of subliminal messaging, but I feel like they definitely started blundering more queens after they coined that phrase. They Botez Gambit more than other streamers. I mean, I mean, I understand the need to make sure. Oh, I made the wrong move on Andrea's board. I understand the need to, you know, reinforce their marketing strategies. But I would also like to see them giving up less queens. Alexandra played knight to a4. Okay, putting pressure on the pawn. That's probably fine. The pawn moves forward. Are we having some kind of clever idea with forcing the pawn forward so that it's easier for us to attack this one in the future? Maybe. I don't hate it. But I think maybe we should go back where we came from, which I feel like probably not Alexandra's intention. I want to keep the pressure on this pawn. If we can get rid of this pawn, we're probably making a draw. So in terms of moving the knight forward, it's like, it's nice to move your pieces forward, but moving the knight here doesn't really contribute in our long-term goal of getting rid of the black queenside pawn. So maybe it makes sense to just go back. It feels kind of weird going back and forth, but if this increases our chance of getting at this pawn, then it might be worth it. Ooh, but here after knight to a5, we're losing this guy. No, we're not, because we can go rook here. Ah, this is clever. Rook here, and then if takes, we go rook here. And we're attacking both the pawn and the knight. The knight can go here to attack this one, but we just protect, and then we take this one afterwards. Like a position like this is basically something like what Alexandra should be going for. Because a position like this, even though she lost a pawn, she managed to get rid of all the pawns over on the queen side, which means the area she now needs to defend has become, it's been halved, essentially. Previously, she had to be concerned about the queen side and this pawn making its way forward and becoming a new queen. But now, okay, you lost a pawn, but the area you need to defend has now been way more limited to just one part of the board. And based on the computer's evaluation, I can't tell whether this is winning for black or whether it's a draw. But in general, the fewer the pawns remaining on the board, the higher the likelihood of a draw result in the end. So I guess something like this is what we're going for. But that also does showcase maybe one of the benefits of going with the knight to c5 instead, is that here at least we're making sure that our pawns are protected. Even though it doesn't really help us try and attack this guy. Yeah, there's no easy way for us to attack this pawn if we start moving the knight around. So the more I'm thinking about this, the more I feel like maybe going back is the right play. The idea of knight to a4 must have been to try and capture this pawn, right? And when the pawn then progresses, it makes sense that, well, our idea was to put the pawn under pressure. So even though we return to where we came from, we keep the idea of putting the pawn under pressure. Okay, never mind. She went knight c5. I need to be better at checking the camera before I go on my long tangents. Rook to c8 has been played. Yeah, now her knight is kind of stuck and there's no way for her to attack this pawn in a good way. You finally realize that? It's just that I have Alexandra's screen, her game I have on this screen, and I have the chat on this screen. So every time I'm talking about Alexandra's game, I'm the furthest away from chat possible. Can pawn b4 protect? Unfortunately not, because pawn to b4, that's just a free pawn for the knight to capture. So we can't keep the knight here long term, and we can't attack this pawn, which is a bit of a problem. Yeah, probably we just need to go like get our knight to the c3 square as quickly as possible. Ooh, but then the pawn can move forward, and if we try to attack, then the knight can defend. Ooh, but then we can go with the rook up and attack. And this looks really weird, but we're kind of... As long as we're kind of putting pressure on this pawn, we should be okay. Okay, here we're not okay, though. Because we fell victim to a nasty pin from the black rook. But as a general principle, if we can just make a situation where we're putting pressure in towards the black queenside pawn, that would be good. So Alexandra needs to kind of backtrack with her knight to attack this pawn, partly because she needs to avoid the black knight getting up to the d5 square. So this knight would both take care of that, and it would put pressure on this pawn. And if we could force the black rook to go back where it came from, then we could start having ideas like this rook to d4 and having this rook step on in front of the black pawn and capture it that way. And if the pawn progresses, basically the further this pawn progresses, the easier it's going to be for us to surround it. I kind of like this. But it does mean that we have to back up from our kind of faulty positioning of this knight on the previous move. And it's always kind of difficult to admit your mistakes. Please return the clocks. We are sorry. As long as you're sorry, I guess that's fine. Why am I saying it with a Canadian accent? They have so much time, they really do. But the good news is, oh, queen to c4 on the board. Ironically, Andrea's opponent right now is forcing her to play a good move. Because right now, because the queen is pointing towards this knight and this knight at the same time, it means that black cannot retreat, because then you lose your knight on the other side. Okay, apparently this is bad. Wow. Okay, but retreating probably not going to be a great idea, because it blocks the bishop's protection of the knight on the diagonal. So white is essentially forcing Andrea to go b6 to protect her knight. But this b6 move was the move I thought was good earlier anyway. So he's kind of making sure that Andrea has to play a sensible move on the next one. And he took a lot of time to get here. So some cautious optimism for Andrea, I think, in that her opponent is not really finding the plan. Oh yeah, and also worth mentioning, I was just suddenly wondering what happens if pawn to e6, which for a moment there looked kind of clever to me, because if bishop takes bishop, then this pawn proceeds to cause a lot of chaos, attacking the king, attacking the rook, winning the rook. But then you ask yourself, does that really matter? Because we trapped a white rook in the corner ourselves. But it turns out it does matter, because the queen comes in and the rook comes in, and this king is just trapped in the center of the board. But to go back on this line, this idea pawn to e6, my idea was that we're blocking the bishop's defense of the knight, but it turns out it doesn't really matter, because if bishop takes and rook takes bishop, my thinking was that if the black knight recaptures, then white can trade the bishops, and after the bishop trade, you manage to capture this knight in the end. And here white has a bishop and a knight for a rook and a pawn, and in general a rook and a pawn is not as good as having a bishop and a knight. However, if you move things around after rook takes bishop, now you're not scared of the pawn making its way forward, capturing stuff. So now you capture the white bishop, and then the rook is trapped and this one's under attack, and Andrea has things under control. So just pawn to b6 from Andrea is going to keep her knight safe. It's going to give her bishops new options on how to join the game. So I don't really think her opponent's latest move was actually that useful. In fact, I think it was the opposite of useful. It was actively helping Andrea's position. In the meantime, Alexandra... Oh no, Alexandra hasn't moved. I'm just imagining things. Alexandra turned the tables yesterday? Yes, she did. It was a really tricky position, and her opponent was so low on time. And he ended up making a big mistake in time pressure. Question is whether Andrea can find that pawn move. Well, it's not rocket science. It's just moving the pawn up to protect the knight. Obviously, Andrea can find that. Although after b6, is he planning to go like knight to g5? Because then he would threaten queen takes pawn supported by the knight. And if black moves to protect, then maybe pawn to b4. And if the knight moves, then queen takes, and you're attacking both the rook and the queen. And if there's a trade, you're also attacking the knight. Maybe this is white's idea. But the engine is not super impressed. In fact, the engine says that Andrea can just sacrifice her rook, and then the fact that she has this incredible bishop, which suddenly springs to life as a result of having eliminated the white blockading pawn in the center, this is actually quite okay for black. And you're able to make quite some threats against white's position, which frankly hasn't been something Andrea has been spoiled with up to this point in the game. Because, yeah, she hasn't really... Has Andrea made a single threat this entire game? Like, there are limits to how many threats you can make when you're not moving your pieces forward to the opponent's half. I guess here, so takes. Here she threatened this pawn. So she's made one threat for the entire game. And that's about it. And it's all actually because of this one pawn she did make a threat on. Because that pawn is just blockading all the activity of black's pieces, which means that the black pieces are unable to put pressure on white. Which in turn means that it does make sense that if Andrea is able to get rid of this pawn, then her ability to make threats on her opponent is going to increase quite significantly. Did Alexandra move? She played King G2. And now her opponent can maneuver the knight to the d5 square. That's not great. That's actually a big problem. He can even go here. And then here. So computer is suggesting knight to c3. And I'm wondering, how desperate is this? Takes. Rook c1. b4. King f1. Engine is suggesting this. But this looks kind of drawish, no? Yeah. This is a draw. Weirdly, Alexandra can give up all her kingside pawns. But the fact that she then has that one remaining pawn on the queen side enables her to have decent survival chances. Okay, computer is thinking more about it, and now it's saying it might be a win for black. But this gives hope. There's some definite hope here. And some of these defensive moves the computer is suggesting is not obvious whatsoever. Okay, apparently this is winning for black. But it's like you have to do a lot of very tricky things to get to this circumstance. And the only reason I could figure it out is just because I'm looking like at the computer like a crazy person. So I mean, if she could get something like this, I feel like there's hope. There's so many ways for black to go wrong in a variation like this. So that's not too bad. It's one of the better continuations we've seen so far. But it's very reliant on Alexandra realizing the massive problem it would be to allow this knight to stay here for the foreseeable future. And you need to see this very sneaky rook to c1. Because if you take here immediately, then the rook not only captures the pawn, but it also gets in a really good position to attack the pawn from the side. And often attacking the pawn from the side is the best thing, because then you force your opponent into a defensive stance. And this rook defensively, like, it's doing an important job, but it's just doing one job. Whereas this rook has both the influence towards the pawn, but also can look towards the other flank of the board and contribute there if that's necessary. So we don't want to get stuck with such a passive rook, which is why rook to c1 is so brilliant. Because here we're trying to take back this pawn without going for the rook trade or any such thing. And then after the pawn comes forward, now we still don't want to take, because then once again the rook comes up and makes this pressure against the pawn in from the side. But we go king f1, because now if the black king approaches, now rook takes is no longer an option, because here we can go for the rook trade and our king is within the range of this black pawn. And we get the king over to stop the pawn. We even capture the pawn so that we're no longer down on material. And actually here, if anyone's better, it's white, because white has the outside passed pawn, which can be used as a distraction, luring the black king over here when we go over here with our king in the long term. So that's maybe a bit of wishful thinking, but at least we're finding a scenario where things might work out for Alexandra. And oh wow, we're actually at that point right now. This opponent is playing very quickly. So he played knight b4 or something similar. Alexandra played knight to e4, and then he played knight to d5. And now Alexandra really needs to find this knight c3 move. But if she finds it, there's hope. There's definitely hope. But if she doesn't find it, I'm not sure there's any hope whatsoever. A big moment in the game there. And Andrea did play pawn to b6, and her opponent, as we kind of predicted, her opponent is suffering from Andrea syndrome. He wants to attack in a situation where just playing sensible moves and getting the pieces into play would have been good. But instead he feels like, no, I want to attack my opponent. So he goes knight to g5. He's making a threat against the f7 pawn. But as long as Andrea just keeps this pawn protected, she's probably fine. We analyzed this variation with rook to f8 and pawn to b4. And well, I talked about knight to a4 in this circumstance, but actually the computer says knight takes e5 is even better. Knight takes e5 is very sneaky, because now if queen f4 pointing down here, then knight to f3 check on the king. This knight is lost. This knight is going to be lost. But it's actually okay, because after the black knights are captured, we do have our very special bishop not only capturing the white bishop, but also capturing the white rook in the corner. We could see here for a second game in a row that Andrea actually manages to take her opponent's rook on the queen side. First trap it and then take it. Yeah, this is very interesting for Andrea, because her opponent has definitely taken a step in the wrong direction, wanting to go for the immediate knockout blow when his opponent, his position doesn't necessarily justify such immediate aggression. Has Andrea ever been higher rated than Alexandra? No, she has not. But she is also like 7 years younger, so it's not super strange. Isn't it 4 years younger? Oh yeah, sorry. I always forget that Alexandra is 24. Forever 24. It could be a fashion brand. Maybe it is a fashion brand. Fake fan? Yeah, sorry about that, iRock. How can I not know the ages of my favorite streamers? How did the matches go yesterday? They both won, Sunny, which is great in terms of, you know, happiness yesterday. But it's not great in terms of, yeah, happiness today, because it means that they got really tough matchups. My rating is about 2,600. Baccheroni. Oof. That's unfortunate. Andrea retreats her knight instead of moving the rook. But she really, her knight was actually reasonably well positioned because she had a lot of tricks with knight takes e5. And now when she plays knight h6, so she does the primary thing of defending against the opponent's threat, but now she lost her counter threats in the center. What happens if b4? Yeah, he's going to play b4, isn't he? Because now these variations where the knight goes for the counterattack, now this is even worse because now there's an additional rook in this massive multi-direction threat. And we looked at a variation where this was acceptable for Andrea, but it was because the knight captured on e5 in the end. But because she retreated her knight, she doesn't have that pressure against e5 anymore. It's a very un-Andrea kind of thing to do, to retreat her most advanced piece. But maybe we've been giving her a hard time about her aggression. She decided, oh no, I'm not going to be that aggressive anymore. Has Andrea's rating been adjusted with the new inflation thing? Yes. So this is Andrea's rating post anti-deflation, but without the Prague tournament. So she gained like what, 50 points in Prague, which will be added onto her rating before the next tournament they're playing in Italy. Probably she thinks h3 is coming anyway. Yeah, that's fair. But actually here, if h3, the pawn on e5 was already under attack. So she did have the instant pressure against this pawn if she had played rook f8. I guess f4 and then h3, kicking the knight away maybe. b4 now? Yeah, I think so. b4, kicking the knight. Oh, no, sorry. She went knight h6. So this means that b4 is even better now. b4 trying to kick the knight. If the knight moves, there's threats against c6. Big trouble. She's going to go something like bishop a6. And then knight to a4. Computer says best move is bishop to c1, but it doesn't look super impressive. Honestly, this looks okay for Andrea, right? Her opponent suddenly has no development and her pieces have decent diagonals. I'm not super happy about this guy on the edge of the board, and I am kind of concerned about this pressure in towards the black king. But computer kind of says that this is okay. Ooh, and look at this interesting line the computer has. The bishop pointing down on the queen moving away, another bishop pointing in on the queen, and if you block here with your pawn, white can do the en passant move, where the pawn is attacking the bishop and the bishop is attacking the queen, but then Andrea can just recapture, which is wild. And then if bishop takes queen, Andrea even wins because she gets the counterattack with her bishop forcing the white king into the open. And then you take some material and somehow this is good. Like, look at this king. Oh, and there's even the rook in the corner. I forgot about that guy. So yeah, there's some... Actually, I'm kind of hoping he goes b4. I changed my mind about this knight h6 move, maybe. Knight h6 is good for black as long as her opponent goes b4. And everything he's done in the last couple of moves suggests that he wants to go b4 next. Like, why would you move your queen here if not to put pressure down towards the c6 pawn? So I think he might be playing b4, and a b4 is a definite mistake here. And he's spending a lot of time. So Andrea's going to get a decent time advantage going into a time scramble. Andrea has been fantastic at beating these upper 1900s. But maybe now she's going to graduate to taking down the 2000s as well. This round is actually kind of unfortunate because Andrea has been horrible with the black pieces and Alexandra has been very poor with the white pieces. So this round, having them both have their problematic color is a bit unfortunate timing. But it also means that the other round we're going to have later today, that's going to start in 5 hours. That round is going to be with Andrea having the white pieces and Alexandra having the black pieces, which is the colors they're using for most of their great winning games. There's a second round today. Yeah, that's why we're playing so early in the morning. She's going to lose this white. The Jabava ain't it. I'm trying to tell her that, Ice Cream. But she's not listening to me, and she's also winning her games. So it's kind of difficult to convince her when she's winning. Alexandra didn't find knight c3, unfortunately. She played rook d2. But now her opponent played f5? Oh my god! Her opponent is forcing her into playing the good move. That's a terrible, terrible mistake by the international master. He's actually forcing her to play the best idea in the position. The only move that doesn't lose instantly for Alexandra is knight to c3, which is the move we wanted her to play on the previous one anyway. And so the key here is just realizing that you cannot move forward. You cannot move forward with the knight because then The rook will attack the knight, and if the knight moves away, then there's a check on the king while also opening an attack against the rook. And obviously Alexandra is going to see that. And then where else can you move this knight? The only other place is to g3, but then after knight to f4, this is, you know, basically just checkmate on the king. So you don't really have a choice. You have to go knight to c3. And then after takes, now is the important part that you realize you can play rook to c2 instead of recapturing. But if she plays rook to c2, the guy has to try and defend this. The knight cannot move because then you lose the rook. So you have to try and defend the knight. And here, if Alexandra takes immediately, then this pawn just becomes a new queen. But she doesn't have to take immediately. She can first improve the positioning of her king. And now rook takes is not possible because then the king will make it over to take out this black pawn. So you have to take with the pawn instead. Frankly, I mean, what if you just rush this one? Oh no, he has rook c5. If you can trade this one for this one, then it's just a draw. But he has rook c5, and then that way he manages to use the king to stop this pawn and use the rook to defend here. But like something like this. Apparently, computer says king c2 is the best move here, but I don't understand that. Yeah, this is a draw. And then you get this one. No, there's definite chances here for a draw. And the guy is forcing Alexandra to find the good moves. This f5 move is just ridiculously bad. I think the IM just didn't see this rook to c2 move. So after f5, Alexandra has no choice but to play knight c3, as long as she sees this rook to c2 move. But if she finds this, then obviously here she's going to find this to try and take the pawn, take the knight without the rook being able to go to recapture and go into the pawn endgame. And then you're already so close to the draw. Wow. Okay, I mean, this is very real chances for a draw here. Very real chances. The guy messed up big time. What are you saying? Trevor. Improving her king instead of taking the knight back immediately. No, but if she sees rook to c2, she also sees king to f1. So, what am I afraid of here? I'm not really afraid of anything. Like, she has to go here, otherwise she just loses instantly. And when she takes here, she's got to go here, otherwise she just loses instantly. It's kind of like the game yesterday, that either Alexandra finds the drawing opportunity or she resigns the game. There's no kind of middle ground. If she plays something other than this drawing line, it's because she just didn't see the possibility, and it's going to be equivalent of just resigning. But she won yesterday? I mean, sure she did, but that was, yeah, other things happened. What if knight to d6? We talked about it earlier, but I'll mention it again. If knight to d6, then the rook comes to attack the knight. The knight has to move. And if the knight captures the black pawn, then the black knight will give a check and also open up an attack for the black rook on the white rook, which is just game over. And that is super obvious. So, like, if she goes here, she's going to get basically checkmated. So she has to go here. It's either going here or resigning. And then when he takes, it's either going here or resigning. There's really not anything in between. And if you get here, then obviously you're going to find this move. I don't know. I think she's going to find it. I'm not the most optimistic person in the world. I think you know this about me. So when I'm saying I think she's going to find it, she's probably going to find it. Do you think she's spending too much time here? No, I think, if anything, she spent too little time in some other critical situations earlier. We're trying to find the right balance for her between spending the correct amount of time and also kind of like not getting into time trouble and losing mistakes because you got low on time. And finding that balance is incredibly difficult. But right now, I think she's playing a bit too quickly. I'm trying to encourage her to use more time. But if you use a lot more time, then you go too far in the wrong direction. So it's a very delicate balance. Can I go to bed now? Well, Joe, now finally there's a chance. Joe, this is a terrible time to go to bed. You should have gone to bed, at midnight. Then you would have had a good 8 hours before game 2 of the day. But now that you committed to watching the game so far, this is the most optimistic we've been all day. Because Andrea's opponent is probably planning to go pawn to b4, but we believe this to be a mistake. And Alexandra is about to find a drawing continuation in an endgame down a pawn. So, I mean, now you're kind of committed. Can we get a hammer sleeping stream? Alexandra has played knight to c3. I don't want to say I told you so. Actually, that's not true. I really want to tell you I told you so. Oh, and he avoids the trade. He realizes his mistake and he decides, no, I cannot make the trade here. And he plays knight f4 instead. Okay, that's kind of good news, bad news situation. The good news is that Alexandra found the right move. The bad news is that her opponent realized he'd made a big mistake and changed directions. So what now? Yeah, now it's just still suffering, unfortunately. The guy was clever. What can I say? I was kind of hoping he was committing to taking the knight. King G3 only move? No, computer's saying King F1 is just as good. But King G3 feels... there's something about the human instinct to attack the opponent. And so this is what Alexandra has done. Now he's going to play G5. And she's going to go H4 maybe? Ooh, here's a potential problem. We got to be a little bit careful. Because if we start capturing the pawn on B5, the rook do be checkmating us. The king doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. Ooh, and also, actually, if we take the pawn here, I didn't even realize that one was under attack. Then rook to C1, and once again, our king is getting checkmated. So the problem with playing the king to G3 is just that it's very unsafe. Because it suddenly it has nowhere to go. Okay, but after G5, Alexandra quickly goes knight to E2. So she realizes the danger of allowing the knight to be on F4. And she's just kicking that knight out immediately. And what's good now is that if black returns to the center of the board, then suddenly Alexandra's knight is incredible, attacking all the pawns at the same time. And if the king comes up to try and reinforce here, it turns out knight takes F5 is the drawing move. Because if you recapture, then you lose your defender of the knight in the center. And if you trade, well, then it's just an instant draw, I would assume. So the guy's going to have to retreat. So that if knight d4, he has the rook pointing in, causing trouble that way. And this is still a highly problematic position for Alexandra. But at least she managed to kind of kick the knight back from its good square in the center. Which feels like an improvement. Computer suggesting pawn to f4 here just to try and make some trades. And also creating some extra space for the king to run into. Yeah, no, she's still in big trouble here. But she's in less trouble than she was 4 moves ago, I think. Maybe. Andrea's opponent is low on time. Yeah, he's spending his sweet, sweet time. And frankly, we don't think he's moved in 15 minutes. Ooh, and he pushes e6. Oh my god, he really is the Andrea version. The male Andrea version. He pushes pawn to e6. Ah, man. And if Andrea had gone rook f8, then I think this e6 push would not be possible. But now, because of if bishop takes bishop, then pawn comes in. And there's a double attack on the rook and on the king. And this is another reason why it would have been better for Andrea to have her king. Oh, and Alexandra is suddenly playing incredibly quickly. So knight e2 going here. The knight retreated. The pawn did go up. King forward. And they made the trade. Yeah, Alexandra is in big trouble. Still. Maybe this was kind of clever of him just to have these pawns slowly advancing up the board. I want to see something like rook d6 here. Like, if Alexandra could kind of get in behind and start making threats against the black pawns, Computer is saying black is winning here, but it doesn't feel obvious to a human. But yeah, he made Sidhan made a really good decision not to trade the knights. That was very, very good. And I'm not sure he had realized that ahead of time, but with Alexandra having that long think, he understood that the knight trade was definitely not in his favor. And now, yeah, Alexandra's position is still very, very unpleasant. In fact, even though Alexandra got rid of these isolated doubled pawns, the fact that black now has the opportunity to try and attack through the H file in some circumstances might actually favor him. So, well, computer wanted pawn to f4, so it's not like Alexandra made a mistake, but it didn't really help her making this trade, even though like every normal way of thinking about chess suggests that the trade should be favorable. Like the fewer pawns on the board, the bigger chance of a draw. Getting rid of your doubled pawns, all of that stuff, it feels right. But computer still says this is very, very bad for white. Okay. Andrea played f6. Ooh, let's go, Andrea. So after pawn to e6, we were talking about how the pressure against this guy is a problem. And according to the engines, the only acceptable move here is pawn to f6. And that's what Andrea did. And here suddenly the engines are saying this is an equal position. So the guy is literally the female Andrea. Had a good position, could have played normal developing moves, chose to go for the ill-advised attack instead, and now may be punished for that decision. The male Andrea. Did I say that twice? And I didn't notice your comments the first time round? I thought you were I saw you spamming in chat and I just thought it was you guys thinking, oh, Hammer's so funny. I didn't consider that I had misspoken. Okay, knight to f7 has been played. Tricky spot here for Andrea, but the computer does like her position. Computer likes knight to f5, which makes absolutely no sense to me. It's way more likely that she's going to play bishop to a6. Bishop to a6 attacks the queen and tries to force the queen away from the indirect defense of the knight. So after bishop a6, he's going to trade, and Andrea's going to take back because her king is in check. So if not for this being check, Andrea could take the queen, but since it is check, we're not allowed. And after takes back, where does the queen go? I guess here? And now it's interesting because this pawn on e6, like that could be a massive problem for Andrea, that the pawn is kind of just blocking where she wants to put her pieces. But there's also quite a few circumstances where that pawn is actually good for her, because she has this very easy plan of moving her rook up to try and attack the pawn on e6. And if white tries to defend that pawn, then we can get more stuff attacking. Andrea has a lot of ways to put pressure on that pawn. So even though she's very passive with all her other pieces, her king is, her king is not safe, but these pawns are doing a good job of making sure that white is not able to step into the even closer zone on the black king. And she has this very, very easy plan of just attacking the pawn on e6. And her opponent must be very low on time now, right? So on the clocks 15 minutes ago, he's down to 24 minutes. But in the last 15 minutes, he spent at least 10, right? So probably the clocks are something like 15 minutes for Miran. And then, say, I'm trying to do math, like 34 minutes for Andrea. And when you're low on time and you have your opponent making all these threats against your pawn, that's not going to feel great. You're going to be nervous about that. How many moves for Alexandra to make time control? She's currently thinking about her 34th move. So she needs to make an additional 7. 2 rounds today. Yes, Stylet. Knight f5 and then knight d6 next move. Yeah, you're talking about the current situation. Let's go back here. Yeah, knight f5 is the computer recommendation. But that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's happening. She moved a6. Yeah. See, I can predict some chess moves. I'm not entirely useless. How long have you had your GM title? I got my GM title at 18. So if you believe chat's opinion on my age, that's a very, very long time ago. Oh man, chat, you're so predictable. 1918 question mark, about 50 years. Don't you ever feel like you want to do a new joke? Something original? Back in Vietnam, yeah, that's me. Never change a winning system, running system. Okay, Alexandra plays f3. I think that was sensible. Kind of just giving an escape for the king and also making sure that these black pawns cannot freely advance. I'm almost positive he's going to go king f6. Yeah, no, Alexandra's position is not great. Black's moves are so easy and her moves are so tough. I kind of want to go rook d6, but now she can't even do that because of the opening of the second rank. She can't do anything like this because suddenly there's some... Okay, apparently this is fine for her. I just thought the king here is so awkward. Apparently here, the only winning way for black is rook d2, after which Alexandra has this incredible knight takes f5, opening up an attack against the rook, and the knight keeps the rook defended. And then after takes, and you return, he has this knight to f4, and actually pawn to f3. Maybe it wasn't that good. I kind of liked it, but the problem now is that there's some variations in which the rook just comes in together with the knight and gives checkmate on the king. That feels kind of unfair because finally Alexandra had activated her pieces and then boom, checkmate. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Well, rook d6 makes a lot of sense then. Like, this is a difficult move to find. I guess you can go f4 immediately. Ah, yeah, this is the trick. You go f4 immediately, and now if the king goes back, then you go up, and then you have the pressure in from the second rank. Yeah, that's gonna seal the deal. She can't really leave here with her rook. I guess she has to go something like knight c3 and then knight a2. Yeah, this is what this is definitely what she should be doing. And then if she can force the rook onto this defensive position, then maybe she can join with her rook. But actually, yeah, this is what we talked about earlier, right? That the fact that black has opened up along the h-file is actually really problematic for the white king. So even though Alexandra got rid of her doubled pawns earlier, now the rook's ability to make threats along the side is quite annoying. The future is happening now. Chill out. I'll get there. Rook h8. It's kind of similar to what we were discussing, right? That the rook is trying to infiltrate along the h-file. No way. He played b4 first. b4, king back. Then rook h8? What's the guy doing? Rook h8 here? Does that make sense? What's stopping Alexandra from just trying to attack this pawn now? I don't understand what he's doing. Okay, she did attack the pawn. And then did he go rook c8? And then she went back? She moved to f2 first. But then what on earth did he do in the meantime? So he played b4. She played king f2. Then rook h8. Then king back. And then rook back. And he just changed his mind. Okay, this seems likely. And then he moved the king up. Okay, let me check in with Andrea, because we got some moves there as well. The bishop pointing against the queen. Trade between the knights. The queen pointing down on the king. And Andrea now to move. And we just want Andrea to start putting pressure on this pawn, I think. Oh my God. Oh, you guys are not gonna believe this. The current recommendation from the computer engine is rook to d8, pawn to f4, queen to d6, trying to put pressure on this one, allowing white to push the pawn further forward, trying to loosen up these pawns in front of the black king. And here the computer wants bishop to d3. Because if the bishop is captured, then the knight recaptures. If white continues the attack, we have a classic puzzle rush smothered checkmate. And if the pawn captures on g6 first, then the bishop, wow, look at how the bishop managed to get into a defensive position there. That is so classy. Ain't no one seeing that? Yeah, I agree. That's not gonna happen. But it's very intriguing to watch how the computer defends against this plan. Andrea has played rook d8 though, and I'm expecting her opponent to go f4. But, I mean, can you go bishop d3 here as well? Do you have to have the queen ready to go up? Yeah, apparently. How difficult is queen d6? It's definitely difficult, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, right? Check. Andrea does like getting her queen into the attack. Like, it's wild to me that this is the best continuation, but it does bring the black queen into a very threatening position. Okay, we'll see. I'm expecting him to play f4 pretty quickly at least, or h4. I guess he can do both. But he needs to get some pawns up here to try and disrupt the defensive structure Andrea has built in front of her king. Yeah, moves on Alexandra's board. The rook has moved up. The king has moved to the side. Honestly, I can't tell what these people are doing. So Alexandra's just moving her king back and forth. And this guy is pushing his pawns up. I kind of like Alexandra's defensive plan. Sometimes your position is so bad, you just gotta stay put and hope for the best. And that's what she's doing. I guess she just continues going back and forth. There's no reason to change that strat just now. Especially considering that she's quite low on time. Alexandra's next move is going to be her 40th. Mandrea did as expected. Wow, that name is gonna stick, isn't it, Stone? Pawn to f4 played. King e3 played? Yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing. She's probably just going to go back next move anyway. It's not super obvious to me what black is going to do to progress, but black is gradually moving the pawns forward. Mandrea. I kind of like Mandrea more, I gotta say. Although it doesn't take as much from Miran's name. Opponent king e6. Well, Alexandra just made her 40th move. So I guess we're gonna focus on Andrea now. I'm assuming Alexandra is gonna spend some time thinking about what to do next. Is Ludo playing in Reykjavik as well? Honestly, I'm gonna check that. Might very well. No, sorry. The Windows sound indicates that Ludo was not found. But Ludo plays a lot of these tournaments, so it was definitely a reasonable thought. I immediately checked my Windows. Yeah, that's how it works. Andrea, don't you want to bring your queen into the attack? Queen d6 is such a difficult move to find. Because it doesn't really threaten anything, does it? Queen d6 only makes sense if you realize that after f5 you can go bishop d3. even here, I'm starting to wonder, what if you just try to attack the knight? You can counter. So how bad is rook d6? I mean, rook d6 seems like the logical follow-up of everything. So how bad would this be? Computer says pretty effing bad. Because after pawn to f5, there's a threat on g6, but also now white has protected the e6 pawn. And our long-term plan was kind of to win this pawn, and we can't win it if it's protected by another pawn. So pawn to f5 is just a very serious threat. So here, either Andrea needs to find the freaky queen d6, or she needs to go pawn to f5. But pawn to f5 does make a lot of sense. Ooh, the problem with pawn to f5 is that after queen f3, the queen is attacking on c6, but there's also the threat of like bishop coming in. Oh no, even worse. Oh gosh. Oh no, this is not good. f5, queen back, and if Andrea here tries knight e4 to blockade the queen's attack on the c6 square, then rook takes e4, sacrificing the rook, and then queen c3, allowing the queen to work together with the bishop against the black king, and that's game over. Okay, actually the position for Andrea is very serious. One misstep here and it's all over. Yeah, that is a very dangerous consequence. So if this happens, she has to follow it up with something like bishop to g7 to try and neutralize the diagonal. And then after trade, white can win a pawn. Ooh, but interestingly, computer feels like even though white won a pawn, this position is still good for black. Like you can even go for the queen trade, and this is fine. Because you have very active pieces making threats. You can kick this guy back. Oh my god, bishop d3 again? And if it's taken, then the fork and the pressure? That's wild. Okay, apparently bishop d3 is a thing in multiple scenarios. And Andrea, as long as Andrea realizes she needs to stop pawn to f5, then she's fine. But for the last 15 minutes, I do think Andrea has been spending most of that time. So Mandrea probably has like 10 minutes, while Andrea is closer to 25. Did Alexandra blunder? What did she do? She played rook up. I mean, I wouldn't really call it a blunder, but the computer does think that rook c2 is good. What if she just goes for the trade? So Alexandra's problem now is that even the rook trades are starting to look good for black. Because you have these follow-ups attacking the pawns, forcing white to go super passive. And then the king joins the game as well. Oh, and here there's a nice little simplification into a pawn endgame, which black wins because of the doubled white pawns. Yeah, no, I think Alexandra is gonna lose. But, you know, it's a learning experience, is what I'm gonna try to tell her when she blames my opening. Just need to learn more ideas within the NIMSO, and it's gonna give long-term progression. Sometimes learning new things is not good in the short term, but it's great for the long term. You lose, you learn. Oh man, I've heard that one before, Bottle, and I just don't like that as an expression. There's this book I really like, Seven Deadly Chess Sins, by Jonathan Rosen, and there's a guy. He tells this anecdote of a guy who tells him that, you know. Well, actually, Jonathan Rosen says this thing. You know, I learned today, which is to say that he lost. And then his friend says, at some point, you need to stop learning and start winning. And that's my that's how I feel about this. Stop learning and start winning. Okay, rook to d2, Alexandra played. Her opponent could have just played f4 and then traded rooks, and that would have been an immediate win. Instead, he moved the rook all the way back, which frankly doesn't help Alexandra all that much, does it? She's gonna have to move her king back. And she's just gonna have to sit here and wait for him to gradually advance his pawns. It's a bit of a sad situation. F5 played in Andrea's game. The queen has retreated. And no, she played rook knight e4. No, Andrea. And you had so much time on the clock. And he captures on e4. And it's game over. Yeah, that was the one really big trap in the position. Why is it game over? Because she just lost a very important centralized piece. And if she recaptures white's rook, then she has no way to defend against the queen and bishop on the diagonal. Because she has no way of blocking this diagonal, which means that next time white gets to move, queen h8 is just checkmate. And there's nothing you can do about it. Man. She could have used her time. Yeah. She wanted to put the opponent under pressure, since he was using so much time. But it's such a tricky balance. She has a bishop to g7 is kind of a sneaky move here. It's actually not over yet. Because bishop to g7, and then after bishop takes bishop, then you take the rook. And white can still play this queen to c3, but now the queen and bishop is not coordinating the way they're supposed to. Which allows Andrea to not be checkmated immediately. And maybe she can make some kind of a counterattack here. Yeah, but it's probably not going to work. Moving the bishop here threatens checkmate. Yeah, it's not going to work. But it's her best chance. Okay, she does play bishop g7. Definitely the best move under the circumstances. How many moves were played? They've only played 21 moves. So like Andrea's opponent is in massive time trouble. But on the other hand, his massive time trouble may have contributed to Andrea making her mistake. So it's not always such a bad thing being low on time, because it can sometimes encourage your opponent to making silly mistakes. Know that I'll get in time trouble my next game. I mean, it doesn't work all the time, though. I'm just saying it could work sometimes. That guy has an hour. Yeah, he's been playing very quickly, Alexandra's opponent. According to that logic, Alexandra's winning. No. I'm not responsible for your misuse of my logic. According to that logic, Alexandra's opponent might be more prone to making mistakes because he's trying to play quickly and punish her time usage, which, to be fair, is what has happened. Like, he's made several inaccurate moves where he could have won more easily because he prioritized playing quickly. What are the chances of the sisters playing some of the other streamers? I think it's pretty high. There's 9 rounds, and if we say there's like a 5% chance for per sister per round, then the chance becomes very, very high that they face one of the other streamers. If we say it's 2% per sister per round, I can't do the math, but I'm sure someone in chat can. Norder with the 61 months. We respect the OGs. I'm definitely not giving preferential treatment because Norder also subs on my channel. I would never do such a thing. Go. Ooh, he played Rook E5. That was a brilliant move. Rook E5 was absolutely brilliant by Mandrea. So his idea is that he just wants to prevent bishop takes bishop, and he wants to prevent pawn takes rook. And he's saying, well, as long as losing the rook for a pawn, that's bad. Losing the rook for a bishop, that's fine. And so he says, yes, you may have my rook, but then I get your bishop. Great move. Great move. Now it's officially hopeless, I think, for Andrea. Alexandra narrowly got paired with Tanya Sachdev. What's Tanya's rating? 2385? Yeah, that's very close. Why does this prevent bishop takes b2? Because the bishop cannot jump. Can she do something with her rooks? Well, that's the problem. Because the white queen didn't have to move, the queen still controls the d1 square, which prevents all the plans Andrea had of bringing her rook into the white camp. So by playing this rook up, instead of getting into a situation where the queen had to go to the c3 square, white keeps this square under protection, which means that the rook cannot come in. Very bad news. Alexandra's opponent is maneuvering the knight. Like, according to the engine, Alexandra's opponent is playing very poorly. Like, he's not finding any of the good moves. But at the same time, in a position where you're completely winning, you can almost always afford to play suboptimal moves and still win the game in the end. Computer wanted Alexandra to play h4, which when the computer suggests it, it's kind of intriguing. Because then when the pawn captures, then you go f4. And basically you try to create some squares in the center for your own knight. Probably completely hopeless. Because you're giving away not only a pawn, but a pawn that's close to becoming a new queen. But at least then you get some squares for your pieces. Right now, these pawns are just doing a great job of restricting Alexandra. Like, this knight cannot move anywhere because the pawns are taking control, and the rook cannot move because then the black rook comes in. Alexandra's kind of running out of moves with her pieces, which is not great. She's just gradually retreating. Her opponent is able to gradually move forward. Ah, here's a line where the computer thinks suddenly it's a draw. Because here's the knight managed to get to a really nice spot in the center. And there's some very marginal hope, but Alexandra's main hope consists of her opponent's impatience and really not taking a lot of time for his moves. Okay, queen to d6 from Andrea. Honestly, I think it's the best attempt under the circumstances. And the main reason for that is that it now becomes difficult for white to get the knight into play. So the only thing remaining for white to do to win this game is getting the knight out and then the rook in. But the problem now is that if the knight goes to this a3 square, Andrea can make the trade, and then the bishop cannot recapture because then the queen is in position to capture the white knight. So I was actually thinking about this move. I think it was definitely the best move under the circumstances. It's the most challenging move for the opponent. The move against which the opponent is most likely to make a mistake. He does play knight a3. Okay, well, now you just have to take. There's nothing really to think about. Take, and then he has to take back with a pawn because his bishop cannot leave the knight's side. And then probably she moves the queen up into an attacking position. Her opponent may want to get a trade. And then maybe you accept the trade, bring another rook in. Make sure that this guy doesn't get captured. But yeah, rook here, and then I don't know. There's like some very vague hope here. Because remember, the guy's going to be down to like just seconds on his clock. There's absolutely no reason for Andrea to resign here when he's so low on time. So she just has to try and make his life difficult. That has to be the #1 priority right now. Not necessarily playing the best move, but play the move that makes the opponent the most nervous. Because when they're nervous, they're more likely to blunder. Hammer putting in the cheats. If only. Challenge me to a type race. I don't think there are any type races in Norwegian. And if we did a type race in English, you would be very favored just from a language perspective. Also, I'm a pretty slow typer, but why does Alexandra have such bad luck with white? I have no idea. And I've been asking myself the same question. I don't really understand it. No, I genuinely don't understand. Like, she's very comfortable with her French. And as black, she gets a lot of French games, and she's very happy with that opening. And with white, she gets a wider selection of openings. So maybe since she doesn't spend a lot of time working on her openings, then maybe she benefits from playing the French, which she knows really, really well, compared to all the different ways black can respond to a white opening. If that makes sense. That in some way, when you're black, you limit the choices of what's gonna happen a little bit. It's kind of like why Andrea plays the Jabava London, right? Because it's an opening she can play with white no matter what the opponent does. It's not very good, but it's something she knows quite well. And so she benefits from, maybe it's not so good, but she knows what she's doing, which might be more important. I'm not sure why Andrea hasn't taken this rook yet. I'm very confused why she hasn't taken the rook. Update her board. Are you talking about Alexandra? What did Alexandra do though? Her opponent is playing so quickly, I can't keep up. I guess Alexandra played h3 and then check, king back, and knight to e3. Oh, this is one of the mistakes. He blundered. I mean, computer says it's still winning, but this is one of the ways where Alexandra could actually get some activity for her pieces. The guy is really playing way too fast. Knight g3, allowing this is completely unnecessary, because then there's hope for Alexandra to get her knight to this incredibly good e4 square. And she plays it. Okay. Surely at some point he's going to have to slow down and realize that he's kind of not being super accurate with it. Okay, computer now says the only winning move is to capture the knight. Only winning move. Which is already huge. The fact that he only has one good move compared to the last, 2 hours where he's had 5 good moves in every situation, that's a big deal. Is rook c2 not good? No, rook c2, then Alexandra can just trade and go knight e4, threatening this pawn. And if the king comes up to defend, then the knight can try and threaten the king out of position. The king goes back to the king's side. You can start trying to attack here. Yeah, it's just not not great for black. So the only winning move is takes the knight. Alexandra will then capture the black knight. And then here the only winning move is rook to h8, although here that's fairly obvious. Rook to g2. Rook takes pawn, so black wins a pawn. But now after king to e4... Ah, this is interesting. And the black king cannot enter the position. And if king to f6, then rook to g1. And Alexandra can just move her rook back and forth, and it turns out with her king here in the center, the black king cannot try to help the pawn on the side. Or can he? Okay, apparently this is still winning. Okay, but surely if you... Like, this is not obvious, no? Okay, he's winning maybe in a couple of different ways. But like, the computer is suggesting the rook check to force the king back. And then play the king up. And then... No, you can't move the rook around here because then the rook comes over here. So you have to go e4. Yeah, okay. This is fairly straightforward. No, so he's definitely still winning and it's not super difficult. But there's some hope. Some hope. Okay, he actually played all of this. Wow, they're playing so quickly. So all of this happened and he played king to f6. And now Alexandra has to go rook g1. Because she needs... Basically, she needs to play a move. And she doesn't want to move her king back because that allows the black king to move up. So she has to move the rook back. And then let's look for ways he could possibly mess this up. Rook h2 makes a lot of sense after her retreat. But then rook takes here, rook h3, and here the rook comes in, checks the king, forces the king back, and then this is a draw. That's kind of exciting. I mean, the guy's playing so fast, he should be very prone to making a mistake. He's been playing way too fast. So there's definitely a chance he messes up. Although it would kind of be better if he stood up and kind of walked around for a little. The thing is, he isn't thinking a lot on his time, but he is taking quite a bit of time to think while Alexandra is thinking. She finds rook g1. That's a good move. And now if he goes rook h2, that's a draw. Rook h2 is a draw, but rook check and king g6 is still winning fairly easily. Actually, if rook check, can she maybe go up? Like, could this be a thing? Ah, no, here, double attack. Yeah, no, she needs to back down. But then the rook is not able to protect this pawn anymore because then the king will just return. So he has to give up this pawn. But then since Alexandra has the doubled pawns, these two pawns are being stopped by a single pawn. So even though Alexandra in theory is not down a pawn, it becomes very much in theory since both of her pawns on the queen side are stopped by a single black pawn. And as long as she cannot get rid of this black pawn, she's just essentially just going to be down a pawn on the opposite flank. Andrea took the rook. I feel like Andrea needs to go a bit faster. Like, she's clearly losing the game on the board. But then you might as well go quickly so that you stress out your opponent. Queen to D. Oh, what just happened? All my moves disappeared. Damn it. Do anyone remember how we got here? Suddenly the board updated to how it was 15 minutes ago. And I don't fully remember how the game proceeded. It was like H3, right? Yeah, it was something like this. Yeah, okay, it's coming back to me. Okay, that wasn't that difficult, actually. Okay, he played the check. Good move. She's gonna go with the king back. What did Andrea do? Oh, she's still thinking. Move number. Andrea's on move 24. Her opponent needs to make an additional 26 moves. No, sorry. 16 moves. Ah, that's a lot less. Okay, Alexandra went back with her king. "16 moves in 3 minutes. If only. Unfortunately, he gets an additional 30 seconds per move he makes. So it's more like he needs to do 16 moves in 11 minutes. Quick maths. 30 seconds times 16 moves is 8 minutes. That's some chess math right there. Oh, the guy played rook h2. Is that good? Oh, that is good, unfortunately. Ah, that's actually kind of clever. Ah, that's very clever. So he forced Alexandra's king back, and then he goes after the pawns. Because earlier we had this variation where Alexandra could move her king up, because the rook up, because the king was up here. But here, yeah, no such luck. Oh, wow. And I'm assuming this is easy. Yeah, I would assume correctly. Because here you can do this classic, you sacrifice this guy and then you get this guy. I did these rook endgames with Andrea, I remember. She wasn't super good at them. I'm suspecting the Indian international master is somewhat better than Andrea when it comes to these basic rook endgames. Yeah, no, that's clever. Because if he had gone here first, then it was a draw. Here, we would have been able to force the black king back. And also, when black captured this pawn, it was not a check on the king. But by giving this check first and then going for the pawn, it means that you first get the one pawn and then the second pawn, and you get it with pressure against the king. Although after king e4 takes, you could still try rook h3 here, right? This is a decent attempt. Definitely still losing, but maybe the best attempt to try and force the king back so that you can move your king up. Oh, all of this has happened. Andrea plays queen d2. We were here like 15 minutes ago, so Andrea's basically just catching up with our thinking. If queen takes c6, now there's going to be a check on the king, and maybe this is scary. Computer says it's not really scary, but we live in the hope that it may scare the opponent, which is sufficient. More likely is him to play... No, he cannot go there. I guess he'll go bishop c3. Yes. Bishop c3 attacks the queen, tries to force the queen back. That is definitely what he's going to do. And here, Engine says bishop e2. Takes. Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? We're gonna end up in some situation where white has a bishop and a knight in return for a rook. And frankly, the bishop and the knight, they're just better. They're just better than a rook. Two pieces are better than one is the classic way of talking about that. So yeah, not great. Maybe she'll try to keep the queens on the board, but this is not the best placed queen I've ever seen. He played queen f2. Okay, offering a queen trade, but now... So now Engine says queen d1. Queen d1, and if takes, bishop blocks. Takes. And here, rook c8 with the plan of going c5, rook c6, rook takes e6. And it turns out there's actually no way for white to defend this pawn on e6. Probably should be winning for white still, but at least it's like slightly tricky. Alexandra played rook g1. I guess she's going to try and get this rook up along the h file. But now rook c3, and then if the rook tries to give a check in and force the black king back, then you just go rook c4, force the king back, and then the king can go up. I guess technically, is there any hope here? Nah, there shouldn't be any hope. He should be able to kind of move the king over to help this pawn become a new queen. It shouldn't be very tricky. Okay, let's check out what Andreas is doing. Andrea made the queen trade and then pushed the rook up to give a check on the king. The king returns. I mean, this white knight is very misplaced. But other than that, white's coordination is quite good. So I guess we're going to go rook d8, and then if bishop takes pawn, we give check. And then we give another check. And then the king cannot return because then we just keep checking. So the king needs to step up. But then we start capturing pawns. And like here, we could potentially see some kind of situation where the black pawns actually make a lot of progress up the board and cause big trouble. Yeah, I like this. This would be nice. So rook d8. And he does take on c6. That's a mistake. Bishop takes c6 is definitely a mistake because it allows the black rooks to harass the white king. But bishop takes c6 is on the board. Okay, Andrea, I don't know what you're thinking about. You don't really have a choice other than to give lots of checks. In the meantime, Alexandra, okay, her opponent did play rook to c3. Alexandra tries to go to check the black king back, but the check on the white king first forces the king back so that the black king is able to proceed forward afterwards. So that's, yeah, not a lot of hope in that game. But we have some hope in Andrea's game right now. Andrea can start giving checks with her rook against the white king. And she's going to be able to force the white king away from the defense of the h2 pawn, which then means that she will have a 3 versus 1 situation with her pawns on the far side of the board. Did she move? No, surely not. She has to give the check. There's like, if she doesn't give the check, the white bishop will be able to return to defense. And then she just has nothing going on. I guess she's considering this move, rook to e2, to try and get another rook together working on the second rank. But these rooks just get kicked out immediately. Actually, that rook is trapped. So that's just not going to work out. You have to go with the checks and you have to try and create that passed pawn on the far side. Andrea normally plays under the US flag? I don't think so, no. She's representing the Canadian Chess Federation in FIDE, the World Chess Fed. And also is Andrea even an American citizen? Maybe I should be asking these questions on stream. Andrea is not born in the US, at least. She's American mentally? Oh, that's for sure. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so rook c4 was played. Let's go here. So rook c4 was played, and then Alexandra had to move her king back. Then rook c6, that's actually very clever, because now the rook is preventing checks in from the side, and now the rook is able to place itself behind the pawn to push the pawn forward. Good technique here. He's not even going with the pawn with the rook first. He's going with the pawn first, but same thing. Alexandra needs to try and stop it, but then the rook keeps the pawn defended. And now, yeah, now it's just over. Alexandra's rook has to block the pawn. But then, since the rook cannot move now, it means that Alexandra only has the king left to move. And then as the white king has to retreat, the black king will just move up. And it's over. Andrea ends up not giving the check and instead plays b5. Yeah, not a big fan. So she wants to go b4. And if she gets b4, then she's doing quite okay. Because if she gets the pawn to b4, then she's able to chase the knight away from the protection of the c2 pawn. And then she might even be able to get those two rooks working together on the second rank. But the problem is, after bishop to c3, this bishop both kicks the black rook and prevents pawn to b4. Although after rook to e2, now she's threatening rook c8. And if bishop f3, then she has the double attack on the bishops. Computer says that white can save himself with bishop a5, but that's not necessarily obvious. Okay, let's see how it plays out. The guy has, surely does not have a lot of time left. He plays b4. Yeah, that's pretty clever, actually. That just completely shuts down any hope of getting this pawn further forward. Andrea plays her bishop back. But now, yeah, this bishop is just going to return to base. Bishop takes, bishop here. Ooh, that's a blunder. Because then you can sack the rook and you get both bishops. Okay, Andrea is definitely losing, but she has some resources in her position where an opponent very low on time, like the one she's facing right now, could make a big blunder. Okay, Alexandra played king d3 and then king e3, but the guy's just gonna keep the Zugzwang going. White cannot move the rook because then the pawn progresses, so you have to move the king, but then the black king progresses. They got to be close to move 40 by now. No, they're only on move 29. So there's still some hope. Bishop f3, I kind of like that move. Because you're just saying, I'm going to kick this rook out next. I'm going to prevent any hope you had of trying to keep the rook in an active position. Andrea is going to take the pawn on e6 though, and she should do that pretty quickly. And now, I guess, bishop to c3 to kick the rook. And the rook actually only has one available square. And then you take the pawn. Ooh, but after taking the pawn, there's rook c8. And turns out the pressure against the bishop means that the bishop has to move. But when the bishop moves, you're able to capture the pawn. It's very unlikely that Andrea gets something out of this game. But as long as he's only got like a minute left, there is some hope. Okay, bishop c3 attacking the rook did happen. The rook has retreated. Alexandra is also retreating, but yeah, she's gonna have to resign now. King e2, and now he's just going to go e4. There's going to be a trade, and then the king is going to start going over to the queen side. No, he goes rook b7. I don't know what that is, because it's not like getting the opposition gives him anything good. If you move your king forward here, you're just going to put your king poorly positioned. I think you should just go e4. I guess he can go e4 here. Yeah, Alexandra is definitely losing. It's not super interesting. Knight takes b5 has been played. Now Andrea has to find rook c8. If she doesn't find rook c8, she's gonna be facing 3 pawns up against black's 1. So rook c8 actually wins the pawn on c2, a bit surprisingly, but if you move the bishop now, you lose the pawn. And if you don't move the bishop, you lose the bishop, because then the pawn will attack the knight, and the knight cannot move because then the bishop is captured. So rook c8 really the only move to keep the hope alive. She plays a6 instead. Okay, so the knight is going to have to return to the edge of the board, but it's not the end of the world, because here the knight is keeping this pawn protected. And right now, Andrea has the problem that she controls the open file. Like, she has her doubled rooks on the open file, but there's nowhere on that file, there's just no squares she can access with her rooks, which is rendering them completely useless. Okay, in Alexandra's game, I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but now we have this position. Ish. But yeah, it's definitely over. Like, the king is just moving over. He's way better than the South African kid yesterday. I don't think so. I think just Alexandra had a chance to get a big advantage in the opening, but she wasn't too familiar with all the ideas. And then she just got into a massive problem because she retreated in a position where she needed to be very aggressive. How big is the skill gap between 2380 and a Grandmaster 2500? Well, according to the rating system, like, the Grandmaster should win win 4 games, lose 1 game, and draw 5, something like that. What has happened with Andrea's pawns? Oh, Andrea's moving her pawns forward on the king side, and her opponent played h3? h3 does not feel right to me. Andrea just keeps moving forward on the king side, attacks the bishop, so she's trying to dislodge the bishop from its positioning. And now that the bishop moved, then she's coming in with a check. But this is the check you should have done earlier, Andrea. Okay, Alexandra resigns. It's just an unfortunate game. She got a bit too passive in the opening, and then she was outplayed. Okay, the trade between the rooks, the rook coming in, giving the check, the king moves up. Andrea gets a pawn back. She takes the pawn on a2. The problem is the computer now says that white can target the pawn on a6 in return. So white has a bishop and a rook in trade for a black rook, which doesn't necessarily need to be the end of the world. One of the main problems for Andrea here is that her opponent has the bishop pair. And since there are so few pawns on the board, the bishops working together is just an incredible force. They can work defensively and offensively at the same time. So in these kind of positions, a bishop pair is almost as good as... a bishop as a part of the bishop pair is almost as good as a rook. Because just like the rook, they can be both aggressive and defensive at the same time. And her opponent does go after the pawns. So already on material, Andrea was not doing great, and now she is losing another pawn, which is also kind of displaying how the bishops are so good that they can make these long moves and put pressure. And then after they put pressure, they can easily go back into defense afterwards. This is move 39, so they are about to get additional time. Andrea's not going to lose on the clock, but she's not going to have a lot to fight back with on the board. One of the main issues right now is this white pawn, because right now, if the black pawn currently blocking its path forward, if that black pawn is captured, then you're just not going to be able to stop the white pawn long term. Is Andrea joining you now? I hope so. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna ask her too. Okay, pawn to e6. It's not really clear to me what the idea is. Andrea's pawn is going to be captured now. And then afterwards, he's going to move the bishop back and then just support the pawn advance. Will there be another game after this one? Yes, there will be. So the reason we started so early in the morning today is because they're playing 2 games in the same day. And when the games can last for 6 hours, that's actually quite a big deal. Because then you take up the entirety of the day and then some. The next game is going to start in 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's 4 p.m. local time in Iceland. It's 5 p.m. Central European, noon Eastern, and noon Eastern -3, 9 a.m. Pacific. Thank you. If this one is not finished, does she have to play both at once? All the games will be finished by the start of the next round. There's a guaranteed minimum of 30 minutes between the rounds. So if you haven't finished, the round will be postponed so that you get a 30-minute break, which is not a lot, but it's better than 0. Okay, rook h1. So Andrea just made her move 40, but her opponent has a very clear plan of pushing the pawn forward. Bishop b7. That kind of puts the bishop blocking its own pawn. So not a huge fan of that move, but anything is good enough for white at this point. I guess he wanted to stop the black bishop from returning to the d5 square, which to be fair is a legitimate concern, and it makes sense wanting to avoid that. Andrea unfortunately doesn't really stand a chance in this situation, and she makes, well, they're on move 41 now, so I don't know why she was panicking, but rook d1, pawn to b5. This pawn, there's just nothing black can do to stop it. White has enough pieces to support the pawn's advance. And unfortunately, it's not a coincidence, but after both girls win yesterday, they both get tougher opponents, and unfortunately both end up with a loss. The good news is that Andrea will have the white pieces in the next round, and her score with white in Prague was crazy good. And Alexandra will have the black pieces in the next round, and she's very comfortable with her black openings. Let me see if we can get Alexandra. Chatting, I do that quite a bit, Omens, but you know, I'm trying to organize everything. I'm talking to the bosses. Did he flag? No, they already made move 40 and then some. Andrea is missing one move on the score sheet, so she thought it's the 40th move, and the gold guy told her she's missing a move. Good attention to detail there, Pandota. It was very clear that Andrea thought she was making her 40th move when she was kind of panicking with that rook d1. Let me see if I can get Alexandra. Okay, we're getting Alexandra. Good news. We're getting Alexandra. Bad news. Andrea's opponent has realized that pushing the pawns forward is going to be the way to win this game. And there's legitimately absolutely nothing Andrea can do to stop this pawn's advance. Like, just nothing. Absolutely nothing. She can like try to trade the bishops, but then after the bishop trade, the pawn just continues. You have to go back here, but then the knight will come in to defend. You can use the rook to try and block, but then the bishop comes in, and you're gonna end up with the knight and bishop. So basically what's good about having two pieces supporting a pawn is that you can use one piece to cover the pawn, and then you can use the other one to cover the square ahead of the pawn. And that's kind of the technique white uses here, right? The bishop protects the pawn. The bishop protects the pawn, and then the knight takes the square ahead of the pawn. And then when the knight is the one protecting, then the bishop takes over to control the square in front. And there's just nothing Andrea can do against this plan. White has too many pieces helping out this guy. Did Alexandra lose? Yeah, unfortunately she did. Andrea needs to create threats on the bishop and the knight to force them away from the pawn. Yes, I agree. But the problem is, if you try to attack this knight by going with a rook here, then you get captured. If you try to attack the bishop by going with rook here, you also get captured. If you try to put pressure here, well, this guy is defended by the knight. It's just that everything in White's camp is just perfectly defended by the pieces. Like White's pieces don't look super impressive, but they're taking control over a very significant amount of squares. And it's making the life for the rook the rook basically has 1, 2, 3, 4 available squares on this entire board. Which kind of reiterates that this rook is not your ordinary rook. It's way less worthwhile because it can't really contribute at all. Andrea plays king to f7, but now just pawn b6. Simple enough. Just get the pawn further forward. Ah, no, actually, Andrea is playing a bit tricky here. Okay, she's trying to create this thing where she attacks the pawn, and if the pawn advances, she will intercept the bishop's defense of the pawn. And she will make the argument that here she got the pawn eliminated and she has some chances to survive. Unfortunately, even this dream scenario didn't really work out. Because after knight b5, we cannot take the pawn after all because of a fork on the king. And this was even White's worst case scenario, where if you discovered this idea previously, you can take some measures to prevent it. Yeah, there's even the dreamy scenarios are hopeless for Andrea, and that's just a big problem. What are you gonna do? Who's coaching Andrea? Alex Banzea is helping Andrea for this tournament. Mandrea looks confident. Yeah. His ill-advised attack worked wonders. Which, frankly, it has done for Andrea as well. So I feel like maybe we should have suspected this outcome. Andrea's been playing some mad attacks in Prague, and then they've miraculously worked out, which is kind of in the style of Mandrea for this game. Can you be paired with the same opponent twice in the same tournament? No, you cannot. Got a taste of her own medicine? Yeah, she kind of did. Okay, Alexandra is gonna call in. Hey.
Hi, Hammer.
How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel like I fought the best I could, and
Yeah.
I also have questions about the line that was in there, which is kind of the reason that I don't love playing lines that I've never played before, because then like they slightly deviate and the ideas are just not familiar to me, or I waste too much time.
Yeah. No, it makes sense, but at the same time, I really do feel like it's part of the learning process, and it is what will kind of give long-term progress. But we've never really had the discussion whether the goal is long-term progress or short-term success.
Um, well, I think it's neither actually, because one, it's not a line I want to play long term, and then short term, if they deviate, I'm just less familiar and I get low on the clock, which is the worst part.
Yeah.
So I think maybe what we do from now on is like tweak the prep to be in the lines that I'm more familiar with, just because it helps with the time management. It helps if they deviate. So next time when we know the opponent and we know what they play, maybe I'll be a little bit more specific about the lines I like playing there, because then
Yeah.
I think it's long term, short term.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we
So,
agree that I specifically asked you for directions and you said no.
yeah, it's because I had just gotten out of the 2 hour.
I understand. I
session.
understand. Do you want to tell chat what you were doing yesterday?
Yesterday I went to dinner alone because Dina was still playing and Andrea had already eaten, and there was one other person eating alone, and it was Ivanchuk. And I was like, "How was your game?" And then he told me about his game. He's like, "How was your game?" I was like, "I won." And then he was so confused that he asked to see the game. And then we ended up analyzing chess for 2 hours, except when his soup came and he just said, "Stop, soup." So then I gave him his space, and then he ate his soup, and then we went back to analyzing. So it was pretty sick.
The former number 2 player in the world spent 2 hours analyzing the French with you.
Yes, the McCutcheon line. I feel so much better about it. Like it's gonna be. I'll show you the line he thinks is the most testing for white. It's like after the c5 line. It's basically f4 and then queen b1.
Yeah. We'll look at it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Stop soup. No, that part was very funny. I was like, oh yes, sorry. Yeah, no, I won't leak the prep. This is true. Well, I will probably want to review the game. When did I mess up?
Well, I mean, knight f3.
Oh, coming back? Really?
Yeah. No, because like you've given yourself this long-term weakness on d4. And
Yeah.
so you have to play quite aggressively to justify. So what I like to say is that when you've given yourself a long-term weakness, you have to go for like short-term play.
Can you put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Since Andrea's lost, just for a second.
Let me how am I gonna do that? I'll just. Do you have a video I can put on?
No, just because I want to watch the stream at the same time and read chat, so it's okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it brutally. Hammer, do you think she has a chance to survive here?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Okay, I fixed it, kind of. No, so like, okay, so his bishop to e7, I agree, it makes a lot of sense for him to try and avoid your prep and also try to keep the position a bit more understandable.
Oh my god, I never even thought about bishop a6.
Yeah.
Damn. Like I didn't even consider it. I could not figure out what to do there. Yikes.
But yeah. No, but it's like you said, right? It's about the familiarity. If you had played this line many times before, you would definitely be familiar with this move.
No, I
One of the
agree.
reasons I'm disappointed about knight f3, it's not that you didn't see bishop a6. It's more about not realizing the necessity of kind of acting quick.
Yeah, no, I did, but I couldn't find good reasons. I couldn't find good options here. I was like, okay, sacking on f7 doesn't work. I don't see any other moves I can do because otherwise I'm just losing the pawn. So it's more like the only move if you don't see bishop a6.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could have taken.
I guess I don't know why I thought taking was not good.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
also
not
didn't
great.
realize.
It's definitely not great. But at least then you're kind of, you know, getting your pieces into the center of the board. And like you're worse, but you're not that much worse.
But I also didn't realize how annoying the rook c8 and then the knight coming on the
knight
side
a5
was.
is super annoying.
Yeah, but again, like I don't play these
Yeah.
kinds of positions, so like I just don't expect any of this stuff, which is why I kind of want to switch it up from here, which is okay. You live, you learn. And then what about after? Was there any chance of saving it?
Yeah, rook b7 was quite bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because if you go rook a6, you're forcing him to protect the pawn without also countering with an attack on your rook.
Right.
So rook a6, he goes rook b8, I assume.
Yeah.
And then you go something like rook d6 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And basically the difference here is that now you have two rooks putting pressure on him as compared to in the game where you only had one.
Yeah.
So that was maybe like a minor, like computer doesn't even consider it a big mistake, but I think from a practical point of view, it's easing his task a little bit.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we thought it was very unfortunate that he kind of forced you into playing this good knight c3 move, but then by the time you played it, he had realized that he made a mistake allowing it.
Yeah.
So knight c3 was excellent, but yeah, he kind of forced you into making the excellent move.
This is true.
Because it was actually better to do it one move earlier. With the same idea that if knight takes, then rook c1, and this is kind of clever.
Yeah.
But no, you got off to the opening got you into a bit of trouble, and it was always going to be very difficult to recover.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, in theory, like engine gives his bishop e2, e7, it gives it a question mark, right? But it's very dependent on but it's more like I said, right, that when you've given yourself long-term problems, you have to like be very attentive to the short-term things. So one thing after bishop e7, the top move for the computer is like queen e2, which is very, very difficult to realize that you're supposed to sacrifice the pawn on d4. But then there's like some nasty bishop takes f6, knight takes f7. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's just that you weren't wrong to not see all these crazy tactics and the moves and the potential within them, but you were wrong to not kind of grasp the seriousness of getting the isolated queen's pawn and the kind of the commitment that gave you into being very short-term aggressive.
Yes, but I also think yesterday when I was like, I'm less familiar in this line, I think that was also valid.
Yeah. No, it was. You definitely lost because you weren't familiar with the opening. But the opening was not bad either. So I really think there's potential for you to have success with this opening. It's just about learning a bit about the mentality of playing with the isolated queen's pawn.
Yes, but I'm not going to do that in a tournament right now when I never play isolated queen pawn.
Okay. Andrea
Like,
just resigned.
I think that's valid. Aw. How was her game?
She just made one big blunder, which ruined everything. And he was really low on time, so it was kind of unfortunate.
Oh, okay.
I think maybe she rushed a little to put pressure on his clock, And then he had
That
like
makes
this
sense.
nice tactic that just destroyed everything.
So we have 3 hours until the next game. When do you think the prep is coming? Or like, sorry, pairings?
Yeah, so what did I say last time? 6 hours after the start?
Oh yeah, I guess that makes
So
sense.
I don't think it's coming.
So
I think you're gonna have 1
at like
hour.
3 p.m.
Yeah, 1 hour before
Okay.
the game. So
Okay,
if
so
you guys get to like eat something now, power nap, whatever you have time for, then
yeah, I'll
then
do
you're
that.
gonna
I
have
think
time for like a quick 30-minute prep before the next game.
yeah, I'll do that. Maybe review some lines with Black and go
I
from
do
there.
think your black openings are super well established though. And
Which is hilarious because I'm usually terrible with Black. And also yesterday I played wrong when I played Queen C7 instead of B6 as Mr. Ivanchuk pointed out.
yes, he did he?
He did, yes.
Yeah, B6 is very
He,
interesting there.
he saw Queen C7 and he just said imprecise.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah.
very correct.
Yeah. Well, hey, chat, you live and learn. Yeah, no, he started just like reciting the lines that I was trying to follow, and it wasn't even his own game. And I was like, okay, give me a second. I need to pull it up. I'm a little bit slower. But that's okay. Yes, chat. And then now Sue. No, he was very nice and very helpful. I appreciated it. Okay, well, Hammer, I'm guessing Andrea's gonna call you. I'm gonna try to go back to get as much rest as possible and review some black openings, and hopefully we could have a better result next round.
Yeah, no, I'm actually super confident when you're black. Like you may not have that historically, but I think you've been doing great with black, both here and in Prague. Your understanding of the French has been terrific.
Heck yeah. Okay,
And
well that sounds
we're
good.
just trying to put together your white openings, but it's a work in progress. It's gonna be fine long term.
Okay, that sounds
by
good.
Italy, you're gonna be crushing it with both colors.
Hell yeah. Well, chat, thank you guys so much for tuning in. The round is in 3 hours from now, so we're gonna rest a little bit. And I'm sure Andrea's gonna call as well. Not the Botez Sisters Day. Don't say that. It's still early. We have one more game today, okay?
Yeah. And Andrea has also been very, very dangerous with the white pieces. And she's definitely now getting white after 2 blacks in a row.
Well, Andrea does love her London, so
she really does like blocking her c-pawn from influencing the center. Yes, I have noticed. Okay. See you around.
Bye,
have
everyone.
a good rest. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I kind of did push Alexandra into playing an isolated queen's pawn. I just, you know, guys, I wanted her to castle before move 10. And this was the best way I could think of to get her to castle. But what are we gonna do? Is this another blame the coach moment? Yeah, but she's kind of justified. She's kind of justified because playing with an isolated pawn really is something that takes experience, a lot of experience. But if you never play it, you're never going to get the experience. It's like the classic conundrum. I can't play this without experience, but if you then end up never playing it, there's like this massive thematic position within chess that you just don't understand because you've never been exposed to it. It's like exposition therapy. Is that a thing? Can I say that's what I'm doing? You have to face your affairs to learn how to deal with it. You made that up? No, I don't think so. I'm definitely justifying my own decisions post post-mortem, but some people just hate the IQP positions. Yeah, the thing is, I am one of them. But in my defense, I have played them and I have learned them, and then I decided that, oh no, this is awful. And Alexandra has just decided it's awful without being exposed to it first. Which is, she's correct to think they're awful. It's just that, you know, sometimes you get some tactics. Like you sacrifice your knight here, you get your queen in, you attack the king, or you have this really sweet bishop to a6. And then, boom, you catch your opponent and you showcase your skill. Let me check if Andrea is coming. Okay, so next round is starting in 3 hours. Nap time? I mean, it's definitely nap time for the chess players. Are commentators allowed to have nap time? That would be kind of sweet. I would like that. T minus 3 hours for the next game. Check your contract. I'm currently checking. I hope they win both games. Honestly, Pedro, I think there's a fair chance that they can both strike back with a win today. It would be, these double rounds are so draining mentally that it's, if you get 2 losses in the double round, it really affects the rest of your tournament as well. So would love to see 2 wins. At the very least, that they avoid a double loss on the day. And then they can walk with their head held high. Stop soup time? Yeah, we should definitely have some soup. Okay, Andrea is somewhat unhappy about the blunder she made, which is understandable. But she'll come back stronger with the white pieces tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. It's in 3 hours. We're going to be back in actually 2 hours and 50 minutes. Actually, less than that, because we're going to get the cameras up earlier. So we're going to be back in 2 hours, 45 minutes. That's 4 p.m. local time in Iceland, 5 p.m. Central European. It's noon Eastern US, and it is 9 a.m. Pacific. So we're coming back. You are excused. You are allowed to go anywhere, just as long as you promise me that you'll be back thereafter. We're going to send the raid to Dina Belenkaya. She's also in Reykjavik, the honorary Botez sister. She is still playing her game. So if you do want to stay and watch the chess, if you haven't gotten enough chess for this beautiful Saturday morning already, you can go over there and check out Dina's game. I'm done for the next 3 hours, but I'll be back and I'll see you guys then. Bye.